And welcome to today's Environment and Infrastructure Committee. I'm going to kick off with a karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hia ki ana te atākura, he tio, he uka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. Right, so if you need to leave, councillors, the meeting, please let me or our advisor know. I'm just going to start this meeting by saying and acknowledging what a serious decision we have to make today. And I know there's a lot of passion and emotions involved in this from all sides, and that is okay. So I'm going to ask everyone, either at this table or in the gallery, to just respect each other, respect each other's views. You know, no one's in the wrong here. And just if people start to behave in a way that is not acceptable, I will be asking you to leave. So I'm going to be quite strict on that. But otherwise, let's get into a really hearty day. Morning tea will be around about 10:30. But I'm moving now to apologies. So we have Councillor McNulty for lateness. He's just going to be a few minutes late. We have Councillor Panovich and Councillor Calvert online. I will move this motion. Deputy Mayor will second. Let's put that to a vote. It's the old one. Okay. Yes. Sorry, Deputy Mayor, you have to. And I think Councillor Panovich is still trying to get him online, so that's all good. Okay, 1.3, does anyone have any conflicts of interest? Great. Confirmation of minutes. I move the motion to approve the minutes of the Environment and Infrastructure Committee meeting from the 1st of Feb, having been circulated, accurate record of that meeting. Deputy Mayor will second. Let's put that to a vote. And that is passed. All items are on the agenda and there is no public participation. So I now take you to 2.1, Regional Collaboration on Water Services Delivery Plan. Please welcome Chris Matthews to introduce the report.
Good morning, councillors. Given we've had a lengthy Q&A session on this a couple of days ago, I'm going to take this report as read and welcome any questions.
Any questions? Fabulous. Councillor Brown, would you like to move the motion? Thank you to our officers. You can leave. Councillor Brown, would you like to speak?
Sorry, just to emphasise how important this process is going to be for Wellington. As we know, we have got a problem with our three waters, and as you know, we have a pretty major problem with the company that at present is managing the facilities on behalf of the city. And the restructuring that is going to come out of this process is going to be very major, and we better make sure that it actually resolves both the problems which we have with Three Waters and the problems that we have with how they're being managed at present. I really hope that the outcome of all of this is that we put the consumer at the centre of the world. So in other words, remember that at the moment we charge the rates, we set the rates, we hand the money on. In theory, we are the guardians of the responsibility and of the ratepayers' spend. And as you know, I've been very concerned about the ratepayers not getting good value for money. Out of all of this, ultimately, we are going to have an entity, a corporate entity, which is going to be charging users for water and of course, charging, presumably through the water meters, for the other two waters that this company will be managing. And that means that there's going to be a lot of responsibility on that company to actually do that job efficiently and effectively, so that it is providing reliable, clean water and it is looking after the environment, and doing so at the least possible cost to the users of the facilities. And that's the process that we are just embarking on basically through this. So it's very important. A lot of people are going to be focused on it. We are going to have to work very collaboratively with our other regional partners, but we also have to make sure that we are constantly looking at what is good for Wellington and Wellington residents as well as a counterfactual. So I hope we can all support what is recommended today, recognising how incredibly important it's going to be for Wellington.
Thank you, Councillor. And Deputy Mayor Foon will second. Would you like to speak? No? Great. Any debate? Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, very quickly, just want to echo the sentiments that Councillor Brown has put there. But again, just reiterate from our workshop that I think transparency needs to be at the heart of this model. The boundaries in this region of our city councils are artificial, they're made up. Water doesn't care if it's in Lower Hutt or if it's in Wellington City. We have a network and the network needs to be reflected in that. So I also hope we'll take an all-of-network approach, transparency. Ratepayers should be able to see what's happening in Upper Hutt. Upper Hutt ratepayers should be able to see what's happening in Wellington. So just reiterating that call that a transparency-based model is on top of the customer-centric can only be for good outcomes. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Brown, right of reply, or you good? Awesome. Let's take that to a vote.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Sorry.
apologies.
Are you there?
Yep, Councillor
Sorry,
Calvert.
I'm just trying to. I'm on Teams. Sorry. Look, can I would like to make a very brief comment. I support it, but I do have reservations because of what seems a very complicated governance and management structure to come up with a solution, and that is driven by my experience with what the structure we had in terms of let's get Wellington moving, and the issues that brought for us as elected members and not being close enough and not getting regular updates. So I hope we've learned from that, and even though it's a very complicated diagram, I hope in essence we do get informed on a regular basis, and we do actually really do get a say in the outcome of this. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Opanovich, I've seen that you've taken yourself off mute. Does that mean you want to speak?
No, just that we can't see the screen from the chamber.
Okay, we'll keep working on those tech issues for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
In that case, I think we are ready to go to a vote. Sorry, Councillor Calvert, your vote hasn't come through. Do you support this? Great, and that has passed. Okay, we now moved on to the proposed district plan. Please welcome Liam to introduce the report.
Yes, we can pause and get those to you now. Is that right, Sean? Thank you.
Should we take 5 minutes then? We're going to take 5 minutes, have a bit of a break, and we'll get those amendments to you. So we are going to kick into the introduction of the report, and we're going to go for about 45 minutes and break. A reminder that, you know, this is your chance also for any final questions. We've had lots of opportunities for questions, so hold off any of that, you know, political chat for debate. We're keeping that quite separate. Over to you, Liam.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ki te mana whenua, ko te iwi te Aotearoa, tēnā koutou. Ko Ngāti Toa hoki, tēnā koutou. Kia koukou te kunihiro pōneki, kia koutou ngā kāmahiki a pōneki. Nā mihi nui, tēnā koe. No mai haere mai kia tēnā hui, ki te kōrero ngā kaupapa Pōneki's district plan. So good morning, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, Councillors, Poiwi, staff and members of the public. A planning mentor of mine said that good planning takes time, and it certainly has taken a long time. So I just want to take you back to 2017. We started a conversation with the community, Our City Tomorrow, and that was very much a grassroots conversation about the future of the city. The spatial plan in June 21 then set the where and how we'll grow the city. And of course, the draft plan in 2022 landed the rule book and road tested the rules that would carry us into this future. Today, of course, you've got the plan in front of you with the IHP panel recommendations. And this is the most important bit, if I'm not stating the obvious. It's the bit that will frame the look and feel of the city and the lived experience of the city, most importantly. So after thousands of submissions, thousands of conversations and interactions with the city's residents, it's a great pleasure to present this work to you. We've had a huge diversity of perspectives, communities, interest groups, citizens, all of them passionate about the city, all of them with different views on how the city should grow and evolve. I want to acknowledge them. I want to thank them for the time, their hard work, their commitment, their care, their passion for the city, including the media outlets who have helped demystify for the community what a really complex technical exercise this is. And as officers in our different roles throughout this process, this energy that the community brought to this mahi, it actually powered our efforts, it charged us up, it drove us on to do our best. And please know that officers have genuinely tried to listen, understand, interpret, provide balance and respond to your submissions and feedback. To councillors, past and present, thank you for your passionate mahi, your guidance and strategy setting. The staff really have enjoyed working with you in this tranche of work. It's been a collaborative, respectful, professional relationship with you all, and we really want to thank you for that. To our mana whenua partners and their kaimahi, Poiwi, been working with you to help realising your aspirations. Look, it's for the staff, it's been a real privilege and a highlight for us. It's not perfect, good, better, best, never be at rest, but it's very much better than where we were when this plan was first conceived in 1990. So yeah, real privilege. Thank you very much. I want to thank the members of my team finally, who have been doing all this mahi, this incredibly talented bunch, who have all presented chapters to you. It has been a real team effort. Sean, mercurial in his artful way, he's guided us through this process. I'm absolutely stoked. I recruited well. Adam, Andrew, Michael and all their team, thank you very, very much. I want to acknowledge the contributions, of course, of my Chief Advisor, Moana Mackie. She's been here from the beginning, 2017, and she has guided both the transition from the spatial plan to the draft plan, this council expertly through it. And of course, I want to acknowledge David Chick, my predecessor, who started this all off, Anna Harley, if you remember Anna, and John McSweeney, of course, and Kate Pascal, who have all moved on to greater things. So I wanted to acknowledge those past staff who contributed. Now, it's an absolute privilege to be here to support you in this decision-making today. I wish you good luck in striking the right balance for the future of the city, and I think there's going to be very few votes in your time as elected members that will have such a massive and lasting consequence on the city, and arguably for a generation. So good luck with that. Now, to conclude, we have the recommendations in front of us, of course, and the the recommendations from the IHP, and if you choose to accept those, that will be the end. It will be the final decision-making step in the plan. And for those recommendations you reject, they'll be referred to the Minister for a final decision. So as we are always here for your attention and assistance, we've got Sean and Michael to answer any of your questions. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Kia ora. Thank you, Liam. Do we have any questions? Councillor Randall.
I've got a couple of questions. First of all, the questions I outlined to you earlier, which I know you're preparing, but I was just wanted to know which of the amendments, and in that I include some of the amended substantive points in the substantive, were supported by officers in their section 42A report, which was the officer advice put to the hearing panel on the proposed district plan.
That advice is being prepared for you, Councillor. I plan to deliver it just before you move to debate.
Okay. My second question is really a small point of clarity with respect to the Johnsonville line. I couldn't find the officer advice, but it was certainly referred to multiple times in submitter questioning that the independent hearing panel stated that officers agreed that the rail program, business case program, did not include any improvements in the Johnsonville line that were planned, and that was accepted by officers. I think Mr. Wharton was the officer referred to.
With that, I'll call Mr. Wharton to the table to answer.
Thank you, councillors. The planned amendments, or the planned upgrades to the Johnsonville line were weren't for capacity increases or frequency increases. It was only for the reliability of the line, such as improving the tunnels and the wiring and the running of that train. So beyond the 15-minute minimum capacity. So Metlink are able to expand the peak hour period to have more 15-minute trains on that, but they don't have any planned investment to increase the frequency to 10 minutes at this point in time.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I got that right, because I didn't hear from you. I couldn't find your bit where you said it to the commissioners. Thank you very much.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. First of all, sorry, the Brooklyn one, I've been sort of focusing on other things. Just curious what the issue was there.
Yes, Councillor Pennant refers to the amendment to look at the zoning of the Brooklyn Community Centre. That has arisen from representations from the Community Centre Board about the zoning of that site. In the proposed plan, it moved from an open space zoning to a residential zoning. They would like that to return to an open space zoning. Those representations were made too late to be put before the IHP, and therefore it is referred to to a plan change process.
Okay, thank you. And number 11, around the broadcasting calls to prayer. I've just had a short conversation with my colleague, just wanting, and I'm sure he will speak to this too. So it definitely needs permission under the RMA because it's a noise issue, but otherwise can any sort of activity like this be done?
So the call to prayer amendment refers to a plan change process. It is outside of the scope of the ISPP to make those changes. The reason for that is so that the issues can be examined and council can make an informed decision based upon more evidence than can be allowed into the ISPP process.
Okay, but so you definitely need a plan change to enable it to happen.
We need to investigate more closely. I am not an expert in in Islamic customs. And so we need more information, A, to find out which part of the district plan is causing issues with that religious practice, and then once we have identified those issues, then we can recommend a course of action.
Okay, and it's calls to prayer, so it is Islamic ones. It's not about Christian bells or any other kind of noises that people use.
So I would have to refer that question to the mover of the amendment.
Okay. That is helpful. And maybe it is a question for the mover as well, but will officers be able to consider broader issues when they look at this about how we enable such a practice and look at other faith communities or other community needs?
Ultimately, the scope of instruction to officers is a matter for the mover of the amendment.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Sorry, just first a point of clarification. Presumably, are we doing Q&A in respect of all of the amendments?
So we're going to, you can now if you like, but you'll also get the opportunity to ask the mover and officers questions after the amendments have been introduced.
Oh, okay.
So there'll be another chance.
Okay, so this is perhaps, I won't go through the whole list, but I have got a couple of sort of general ones. I suppose that one of them does relate to Iona's just a second ago. And also there's the other one which is sort of related to this, which is the Save Our Venues one. So I don't really understand why that wasn't part of the process that the IHP effectively considered. Why is it turning up here today? And in the same context, why is the instruct officers to report back on the next steps to protect a route for mass rapid transit? Why are these things popping up now as opposed to having been addressed and included in the recommendations?
So there are two amendments within the question, the first being the protection of a mass rapid transit route to the south. That amendment is beyond the scope of the ISPP. Evidence was presented to the panel about Let's Get Wellington Moving. However, it was not considered to be advanced enough at the time in order to make those changes to the district plan. That's also why intensification around proposed stations was not done. In order to protect a route to the south, a notice of requirement would be needed in order to create a designation. That amendment instructs officers to begin the process of scoping that notice of requirement. So essentially, where you are seeing plan change amendments, they are for things that are outside of the scope. In terms of the noise amendment regarding Save Our Venues, you will need to speak to you'll need to question the mover of the amendment as to their motivations. However, the relief required was not delivered by the IHP for that submitter, and there wasn't necessarily the specificity, it's a very difficult word for me to say, within their submission to grant that relief by an ordinary amendment to the ISPP process.
So the two noise issues in these, the one about the call to prayer and then the music venues, that could have been considered by the IHP, but for whatever reason it didn't, or they couldn't consider. So, but why do we need to do it today, I guess, is another question.
So this has to do with so there is no requirement for you to do these things today. What you have is a situation that comes from the evidential process of the IHP, where if you do not submit on the plan, you do not have standing, and therefore, if you seek to become involved later in the process, you're effectively excluded. And because the call to prayer was not raised in those submissions, it doesn't have standing within the process, so it can't be addressed within the process. Music venue one is slightly different in that a submission was made. However, it is a very technical area, and the relief that's required for it is not specific enough for me to draft a technical amendment which would grant that relief.
Councillor Free.
I'm just listening to your description of the process and what we're asking for, but I'm wondering about the wording. This is the one about the call to prayer, where it says that we instruct officers to report back on how it should enable broadcast calls to prayer, when you're describing to me a process where we would actually go through some consultation and actually find out,
Yes, so
how it should be done or whether it should be done, rather than, is this wording?
So what the wording will do is instruct your planners to bring back a paper that explains what the issue is, how that issue is to be addressed, and then that will have to go through the first scheduled process of the RMA, which will enable public consultation. There will also be the ability for public participation on the paper.
Well, I guess my question is that the right wording to allow enough flexibility for not to have a predetermined position on it?
The position wouldn't be predetermined, because the committee, once it receives that paper, would then instruct us to undertake a plan change. If the council is not of a mind to pursue this course of action, at that point it can say no, and a plan change would not proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Wee Kelly.
I think my question's already been answered, but essentially what you're saying is this matter, call to prayer, is outside the scope of today's matters, and if it was to go any further, it would need a plan change.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Thank you. My question is, or my comments is actually...
No question, just question.
Sorry, question is actually very similar to the previous one. I'm not sure whether this is actually the right place to actually discuss this.
So that is your opinion, Councillor. You have to ask a question.
Okay, so my question is, would the preference be to actually hold this as a separate subject, because it is quite complex?
Ultimately, that is a call for the mover of the amendment. It is not for me to decide what councillors decide to put on the table.
Oh, sorry, so I'm thinking about the implication for the IHP, for the hearings that for the district plan. Is that a district plan issue?
All the issues contained within the paper are district plan issues. Where there are issues that affect potentially other pieces of work, so there is one amendment that makes reference to the spatial plan, those references are clear to refer matters out of the district planning processes.
Right, thank you.
I'm not seeing any other. Councillor Randall.
Just with respect to the changes that have been made to the substantive, can I get confirmation that the officers support all of these changes, or if not, which ones are?
It is not for officers to support. However, I can say that none of the amendments that are before you would threaten the integration of the plan, nor would they threaten the ability for us to implement it through resource consents in an efficient and effective manner. I am confident that all of the amendments that are before you are feasible, and that should they pass, I can effectively serve you in their implementation.
Councillor Brown.
Sorry, I'm probably jumping ahead, but just the very last amendment, Councillor Pannett's, what's it got to do with everything else we're talking about today? I mean, I'm asking Sean. I thought it was a good time to ask him.
Yep.
I'm sure you'll tell me. 15, the very last page, the very, very last one.
I think it might be best that Councillor Pannett explains her rationality for this amendment rather than myself.
Because you can't.
Thank you, Councillor. Yep. Oh. Great. We will let Councillor Pannett explain when she introduces her. Yeah. Oh. Councillor Matthews.
Just a question related. It may be useful to give some background about what happened with the concept of inclusionary zoning, the amendment to the spatial plan, the subsequent work, and what happened when we voted on the proposed district plan.
Yes. So at that time, the council asked officers to investigate inclusionary zoning. That paper was brought back to the committee and voted down, and therefore inclusionary zoning did not continue into the proposed district plan.
Councillor Pennant.
So following on from that, my understanding was that the commissioners said that it was our job to look at the issue of how we'd make housing affordable. Is that your understanding from the report?
Yes, that is correct. The commissioners did say that.
And if I want inclusionary zoning, that needs to be included in the district plan.
Yes, this amendment would then need to instruct a plan change for it to be included in the district plan.
Great. We good? Excellent. In that case, thank you to our officers.
Just a procedural matter, Your Worship. In terms of Councillor Randall's earlier question about the position of reporting officers, would you like that given when you're considering each amendment, or would you like me to simply run through it now?
I'm hearing now.
Can we have it in writing to whatever, rather than, or are we supposed to take lots of notes?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, would be good to just perhaps email it through Councillor Randall, and then we can move on, and it'd be clearer than...
The advice is with the committee secretary.
Tian, great. Thanks, Sean.
Sorry, process, can we ask questions once we've got that advice from officers? Or is that as we do each amendment? Sorry, just for smooth functioning.
I think each amendment. Questions of clarification after the amendment's been introduced.
We can help with technical advice about the amendments. Yeah.
And we can take breaks and adjournments and all that stuff, so given how important this is. In that case, thank you, officers. Right, I will be moving the substantive. Tēnā koutou katoa. Today is a hugely important day for us all. Voting on the district plan is one of the biggest things we will be doing here at the table, and it'll shape our city's future. This decision comes at an important time. Our population is growing. We're expecting between 50 to 80,000 over the next decade, and I know many of us want to make sure that we are planning and building for that next generation, a generation who will bring their talent, their ideas, and add to our city's rich history, culture and economy. To do that, we need to make sure that there are many affordable places for them to live, and that is what the decisions we are faced with today are all about. So we can either sprawl out in the faraway suburbs and spend hours each day in traffic, polluting the air, or we can prioritise building new homes and apartments around the city where we can walk, cycle, catch public transport, and helping, lower our emissions. If we don't, our city will simply become an unaffordable city, and the next generation will take their talents elsewhere. That's why many of us are here around the table and making our city something to be proud of, but also creating a new city for them. That's the choice we are faced with the district plan. Do we try and keep Wellington the way that it used to be, or do we embrace change, embrace being a modern city, embrace the next generation? For me, the choice is simple. I want to lead a Wellington that is a modern, thriving city, where homes are affordable, where people can walk, bike and bus where they need to go. So I'm very happy to move this paper and introduce a district plan. However, I will say that there are parts of the recommendations, IHP recommendations, that I do not agree with. So I do not agree with the view that zoning for more housing will not enable more houses to be built and reduce the costs of housing. This goes against the evidence put forward by a range of submitters, and that in the long run, more supply reduces costs. So as we go through these votes today and some of the amendments that have been put forward, I will be considering how we can support more density in our city and enable more housing along key routes. I absolutely understand that some people value character and heritage buildings, but ultimately we need some balance here, and I believe it is people who give the city its character. And why it's so important that we make Wellington a place that people from all backgrounds can afford to live. There's a lot to cover here today, so I'm just going to briefly note some of the amendments. We have some on hydraulic neutrality that was suggested by Councillor Pennant and Mayor Foon. And as we plan our city, we do need to make sure that we are considering how we manage the increased risk of flooding that climate change will bring. A few people I want to acknowledge. Wana Mackie, who led our City Tomorrow work that kicked us all off and has been constant through this whole process. A big thank you to Liam and Sean for your leadership and your team of planners who have worked incredibly hard to bring this together. And of course, councillors from the previous term who put in a significant amount of work to bring us here today. I know that many people in our community have strong feelings about these decisions, as do many of you around this table. It is the nature of politics that not everyone will be happy with the decisions that we make, but I ask that we hold this debate in a respectful way, grounded in the facts in front of us and our shared vision for Wellington, which is Pōneke, the creative capital where people and nature thrive. A little interesting twist of fate. I'm actually settling on a new home today. This is a brand new 3-storey townhouse at Mount Cook. I'm privileged to be able to get that, and but not. I mean, we're here because most people aren't, and it looks, the design that it has, it looks wonderful amongst the background of Mount Cook, and I hope that the next generation get to have that honour as well. So I hope what we end up with today to be put through to the Minister will deliver on our vision. Thank you. Let's get into this. Let's do this. Right. I am calling on Councillor Ipanovic, who will second the paper. Councillor, would you like to speak now? We will hold for him to speak later. Yeah. Is a question?
Can I just ask, were we going to get some maps at some point? I did see them come in, but they haven't been distributed. And did you say that there will be a chance to ask some, if extra questions occur to us as we work through the paper, we will have a chance to ask for some officer advice? Yes. Thank you.
And the maps are coming.
Okay.
They're on their way.
I think there are more.
There's three maps total.
You could use the online tools.
Great. So.
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
Sorry, my mouse wasn't working. I'm like, oh, it's working now. I will reserve my right to speak until I'm with you all in the chamber. And I must say, you're all looking very fine online today.
Thank you, Councillor. We will see you soon. Okay, so we've got a number of amendments, so about 5 different rounds here. So I'm going to first go to Councillor Matthews, who will introduce hers.
Mine are up first. Yep, but there is debate going to be happening, and we can have a break if the maps are not here. All right. Kia ora koutou. I was not always the housing and zoning tragic and obsessive that you see before you today. Local government has done this to me. I used to be normal. And I guess partly it is because so many institutions and individuals seem unable or unwilling to lift our gaze beyond our white-knuckled grasp, clinging to what we already have, even when what we have when it comes to housing is woefully inadequate for so many people. I am moving a series of amendments because I believe better things are possible. Wellington City can enable more housing choices, more affordable options and more housing types across the city, and we are obligated to do so morally and legally. Better things than many of the IHP recommendations are possible. Evidence supports this. The operative district plan has constrained housing development. Upzoning does make a difference when it comes to delivering more housing. Housing supply and increasing it does have a positive impact on affordability. Urban form does have a much greater impact on emissions than demolition of some old houses. Increasing character protection does impact on the development of housing where most people want to live. People not only walk to work, they also walk home, even up hills. The IHP were provided with very good evidence on all of these matters, but for a range of reasons, they decided to set this evidence aside or ignore it. It is crucial that this council does not do the same. I am asking you to think of the future and what we can do in our power to reduce the risks of homelessness, overcrowding, of people living far from where they want to work, they would need to work or study against their wishes, of people leaving our city or never coming here because there are not adequate housing choices. These amendments will make a real difference and I urge you to support them. They are: restore Adelaide Road to the city centre zone. This is an absolute no-brainer and I would be disappointed by any councillor voting against this. Restore the city centre walkable catchment to 15 minutes. This is a reasonable expectation of what many commuters will walk most of the time, enables more housing and allows people to move between home, work, study and play with reduced reliance on private vehicles. Reduce character protection to what was in the proposed district plan. Our inner suburbs have been locked down for too long, locked down in single unit dwellings by the protection of swathes of pre-1930s dwellings that require resource consent for demolition. Our inner suburbs can and should be home to more people in better housing by us taking a more balanced approach. It's a cliche now, but it is a city, not a museum. We have museums that we can go to look at old things. The whole city cannot operate as such. People who love the character homes they own and live in have nothing to fear. Keep enjoying them. However, no one is producing more affordable old doer-uppers in the inner suburbs. That's closed. For coming generations to have the same opportunity as previous ones to good homes to live in, we need to stop protecting nearly all of these old houses and let change come over time. I'm also moving some minor amendments in keeping with the broader ones to remove exemptions in Hay Street and Oriental Bay and similar to Moya and Hainia Streets, and that's in the walkable catchment and to restore height limits. In addition, I am moving to remove the requirements for minimum front and side yard setbacks in the medium and high residential zones. This enables more housing, gives choice about more active street frontage and allows people to concentrate more useful outdoor space at the back rather than the front and side of their properties. There is an additional amendment, which I don't think we should over-egg. It's to do more work on how the noise chapter can enable broadcasted calls to prayer. I want to make it very clear that this is not my wish list. My wish list would be a lot longer. Many of aspects of this plan I actually don't personally agree with. For example, about shade in parks and not having buildings overshade parks, because I think in the future under climate change we're going to need shade. However, I have tried to keep my amendments defined, balancing good process and evidence to provide alternatives this council can agree on that meet the needs not just of Wellington in 2024, but in the city that we can be in the decades to come. I'm extremely excited by that future, and I hope that you are too. These are positive changes to embrace the people, the diversity of our city, the character of it, and the livability and affordability of it. This plan is not just for today or tomorrow. This plan is for at least a decade to come, probably more. The last one, 1990, I was a first-year student at university living in a flat in Grey Lynn for $65 a week rent. A lot has changed since then. This plan needs to be fit for purpose for generations and decades to come.
Final points, please. Oh, good timing. Okay, thank you, Councillor. Do you have a seconder? Deputy Mayor, did you want to speak now or reserve?
I don't think I can after Councillor Matthews. I'll reserve.
Fantastic. Okay, so just from a process perspective, we're going into debate. You want to ask a technical question? Yes.
Yep. So I guess this is probably a question for Sean Ordain. Thank you, Sean. I'm just looking at the map here of the recommended CCZ walkable catchment from the IHP and the one that would result, I imagine, if Councillor Matthews' amendments were to be voted for. There are two components. So one is changing the Adelaide Road to a different zoning, and the other is extending the walkable catchment from 10 to 15 minutes.
That is correct.
How do they interact? Does changing the zone to the city, does that actually impact the walking catchment on its own without changing it to 15?
Yes, the boundary of the walking catchment is calculated from the edge of the CCZ, the Central City Zone. Therefore, if you move the boundary of the zone, the walking catchment will change.
So this is showing how much difference did it make going from 10 to 15 minutes if you were to already vote for the zone change? Because I imagine they've cumulatively added. So what we've done is two things that work in the same direction to push the zone into Newtown.
Yes.
One is to change the zone on Adelaide Road and the other is to change the size.
Yes.
What would it be with just one of them?
So should you not vote for the change of zone in Adelaide Road, but vote for a 15-minute catchment, if you look at the 10-minute catchment map there, I believe it should show the catchment ending at about John Street.
It ends. It's John Street. Yes.
Yes. So the 15-minute catchment, if applied to that zone boundary, would add a little bit more into Newtown past John Street. If you were to vote for the Adelaide Road amendment without voting for the walkable catchment change to 15 minutes, you would then apply the boundary around Adelaide Road, and that would again push it further south.
Do you have roughly a street that it would come to in each of those cases?
Let me just get hold of a map. It's quite hard to do this in your head.
Yes, it is.
Good. Can that be distributed?
Kia ora koutou. I'm actually going to break for morning tea so that you can read the maps and formulate any technical questions. So in that case, I'm going to bring us back at 11:45.
Thank you.
We're going to come back. And what I will ask is, with the amendments that Councillor Matthews is putting forward, do we have any technical questions of our officers? Yeah. Great. Councillor Free, is it still being processed, is it? Yeah. Cool. Deputy Mayor Foon.
I'm waiting the advice, is that right? On the question I asked about how change upzoning Adelaide Road from crimson to maroon in the maps would automatically affect the walking catchment without making any further change.
Should you vote for the amendment to change the colour of Adelaide Road,
thank you,
so that it becomes part of the central city zone, you would vote for the amendment. You could then accept the IHP recommendation for the walkable catchment that they have recommended, and that would not move the line. I would, however, have to advise you that you would likely be in breach of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. If you wish to do that, we would advise that a 10-minute catchment was added to that amendment so that we could go back into compliance. And what that would effectively do is extend the would extend in a methodology relatively consistent with the IHP recommendation, a catchment south around that area.
So, how do we manage that from a democratic point of view? So, does someone bring an amendment to Rick Becker's amendments? I mean, how does it actually work?
The amending of amendments, there's a sentence for you.
Or adding a sub-amendment, or however it works.
Is a question understanding orders. I'd have to seek the advice of the committee secretaries.
Kia ora, Councillor. Whilst an amendment is on the table and under debate, you can't make any other changes to it. So if you wanted to move a similar but different amendment to this, you would need to foreshadow it and then vote against this one and then move something else.
How does it affect if we know that we're bringing a subsequent amendment later in the process? How does it affect people's ability to bring further amendments or second further amendments? I don't want to get tied up in a situation where my amendment doesn't have a seconder for Kilburney.
For everybody moving or seconding an amendment, they cannot have previously spoken to the substantive motion. They can have spoken to another amendment, but it needs to be the first time they've spoken on the debate on the substantive motion. And in addition, any amendments can't either conflict with an amendment that's already been carried or be similar to an amendment that's already been lost.
Okay. Is there any restriction on the number of times you can second an amendment if you haven't spoken?
Oh, sorry, yes. So moving or seconding an amendment counts as speaking to the substantive motion, so you can only do either of those things once, and it must be the first time you've spoken to the substantive motion. So you can only move or second one amendment.
Okay, thank you.
I am going to make a small comment. Given the seriousness of this decision today and the amount of work that's been put into it, I would really hope that we're not bringing last-minute amendments to the table. And I'm looking at you, Councillor Brown. But if that's something you're if you're seriously considering, you need to do all your work before it's brought to the table. You need to get the support, because this is an incredibly complex issue that we're working with. Just wanted to say that. So you're allowed to do it, but I would discourage it because we have other councillors now getting confused about the process, which is fair, and we want to avoid that.
To provide a way forward, might I submit to the committee that you first vote on the Adelaide Road amendment, then vote on the walking catchment amendment. If that amendment is then lost, then we could prepare a 10-minute amendment for you over lunchtime to bring us back into compliance.
Thanks, Sean. Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you, Sean. So I'm sorry I wasn't concentrating enough. The officer advice was if we extended the zone under the First Amendment, then it would be better to have a 10-minute catchment.
We made no comment as to whether it should be a 15-minute or a 10-minute catchment. What we were concerned about is that if you were to extend the central city zone through Adelaide Road to John Street, there would then be no walking catchment on that flank of the city, which would cause us problems under the NPSUD. So our advice is to remain compliant. We need a walking catchment in that area. Whether it is 10 minutes or 15 minutes is a matter for the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that might be the end of the technical questions for these amendments, which means we can now move to debate, and in your debate that can include questions to the mover. Councillor Randall.
Apologies, Mayor. I had a separate question, and it's around officer advice on the setbacks. The advice is that the officer does that the removal of setbacks was not recommended by officers in the 42A report. I just was wanting to remind us, what was the officer recommendation for setbacks in the medium density and in the high density zones?
I'll call Adam McCutcheon to the table.
Kia ora, councillors. Confirming that the officer advice, which the panel agreed with, was that within the medium density residential zone for 1 to 3 residential units, that there be a front yard setback of 1.5 metres and a side yard of 1 metre. For the high density residential zone for 1 to 3 residential units, the panel and the reporting officer confirmed that there should be no front yard setback, but a side yard setback of 1 metre. So there were differences between the medium density residential zone and the high density residential zone.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Adam.
Great, thank you. And that now takes us to debate. Did you want to speak now, Deputy Mayor? Great. Sorry, Councillor Chung, you had your hand up before. Do you still want to be on the list? Great.
Kia ora. I've been involved in this conversation in the early days with our City Tomorrow spatial plan, and I was reflecting, remembering Officer Moana Maki leading these conversations back then, before I was even considering becoming a councillor. And if I think about it, maybe Councillor Winera might have been 17 years old. Amazing, that's a long time. But what I've seen is that our spatial plan were based on these fundamental point one. Our urban form supports a zero carbon city that is compact, livable, easily accessible and connected, and makes efficient use of existing infrastructure, community facilities and transport links. This also has aligned with Te Atakura, our First to Zero plan, which outlines the key factor that will get us to zero emissions, transport and urban form, changing how we move around the city, supported by a compact urban form. These core strategies and the years of preparation were built on facts, global understanding, massive engagement and conversations with the communities, and have supported the decisions we have made to get to the point of the proposed district plan. So in my view, the IHP recommendations did not seem to take these strategies and work on city direction into consideration enough. So I'm happy to second and support the amendments brought by Councillor Matthews, and I thank you for your work on the district plan. It has been great learning for me. But I think the thing that I did want to talk about is the walking catchments. And to suggest that we do not extend them because Adelaide Road is not pleasant to walk is quite concerning. Or do we By encouraging people to walk, we encourage businesses, cafes, trees, community, and make it pleasant. The district plan is a chance for us to be aspirational and set the direction for our city. And the Adelaide Road Strip is the best blank canvas and the best opportunity we have. So let's not unenable it when we have the opportunity to make it a potentially vibrant strip. Let's enable it by making it a walking, cycling, riding, running, green, bustling business strip. I'm also supporting the amendments to take the walkable catchments and Adelaide Road back to being a central city zone and the walking catchments to 15 minutes. Because the inner city suburbs are where we should be enabling many more people to live because it is close to the city. And really, it's our artists, our students, our new work recruits, our essential workers that are, if we don't have them and giving them more choices, we are not enabling our city to thrive. So I think to balance all of these things, we do need to get a Pōneke where people and nature thrive. We will need to balance this out with a harder green network plan and commitment to a better Three Waters understanding, which I'll speak to in the substantive. But for now, I really want you to consider what the city could look like in 30 years so that my daughter, her friends and that generation can say that they have somewhere to thrive and grow in Pōneke, which is where they want to stay. Kia ora.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. And I agree with the Mayor's comments regarding this district plan discussion is probably the most important discussion we're going to have probably even in this triennium. It's extremely important to actually look at how we actually want to see Wellington. And I do believe that all of us sitting here have the same aspirations. We do want to see Wellington thrive. We do want to see Wellington a better place. And so we've got to look at how we actually do it. Now, because we're taking all our information from the IHP submissions and recommendations, I've based everything that I'm going to say on those submissions. But it is really quite difficult because we also rely on our own experience and our own viewpoints on things, and so it's very difficult to actually separate those out of the submissions. But I find that when listening and reading these submissions, you're actually thinking, okay, so what do I think of that? Do I agree with that? And what are the experiences I've actually had where I've actually been in the situation? And so we apply this thinking. And again, the reason why we're doing this is because we do want Wellington to be a better place. We do want to see everyone thriving. We do want a safe, walkable city. So I looked at the IHP submissions and I looked at how they've actually done things and the way they've actually treated the submitters. And I believe that the IHP is the only forum where different views, competing views, were actually considered. And when they looked at upzoning, when they looked at character in the city, they weighed them all objectively. I know there's some discussion about the objectivity of the commissioners, but I think that they were the experts that we actually had in there. They looked at everything, they considered everything objectively, and they came up with their decisions. So I think today's discussion is actually not a question of density versus urban sprawl, and I've heard this many times that we don't want urban sprawl, we want people to live in places where they can actually walk to, but I don't agree that the discussion is actually about that. Wellington is already a dense city by Australasian standards, and the IHP actually recommendations actually reinforce that. The IHP report represents a very significant upzoning proposal already. It's just that they look at things I guess pragmatically and try and balance it against the requirements of the city. So I do believe that they're not anti-upzoning at all. They've balanced it out and they've given their perspective on this. It provides. People talk about capacity in Wellington, and of course this is what we all want. If you look at what's the main objective in this whole district plan is actually to get more affordable housing in Wellington, so that we've got accommodation for anyone who actually wants it in the future, for future generations. This is what we want to provide. So I believe that this is what the IHP had at the forefront of their minds all the time when they were listening to these submissions. So what they've done is that they've actually forecast capacity, that more capacity than what is required for the next 30 years. They've stated that there's in the zoning that they've presented, there is capacity for a growth of population for a Wellington of more than 1.2 million people. Now that is much greater than we will ever likely to see. That is 14 times the capacity required. The IHP is also proposing density by design. That is, they're looking at areas where they can actually increase capacity, where it actually fits into neighbourhood, existing neighbourhoods, and also ensuring that there is a blend of different types of housing where people can choose to live. Compared with the existing operative district plan, the independent hearing panel proposal significantly increases upzoning. So the allegations that they're not concerned about upzoning, I do believe is incorrect. Talking about character protections, they apply to a small part of the city's land now, less than 6% of the houses. The IHP report upzones in a responsible way, and it rebalances away from character protection. In fact, the IHP recommendations are that these character areas are actually reduced by 33%. The IHP also provided much higher heights in that 33% that they've actually taken out, and they've removed demolition controls. So what they have done is that, again, they're not saying that all character houses in Wellington must stay. They're not saying that at all. They're taking these areas out, and then, even better still, they're taking away the demolition control so that people can come in and they can demolish those houses and they can build higher. So that's giving facility and it's giving a voice to the people who actually want to live in those areas, but there's no accommodation because each of these units is a single housing unit. So they're allowing greater intensification in these areas. The 67%, I've talked about the 33% that they've actually taken out of the character areas. The remaining 67% of character areas that the IHP recommends retaining are New Zealand's oldest heritage suburbs. And as the IHP mentioned, there is a lot of heritage in these areas. Heritage is something that can't be repeated. I've spent a lot of time in San Francisco. You can't say we take those old houses away and then we'll replace them with something that looks the same. And exactly the same in Wellington. Those 67% of houses that are there, they really are heritage, and I believe that the IHP has the right balance in retaining those.
We're getting to about 6 minutes now.
Yep. Okay. So what we're talking about is rezoning things, but rezoning areas is not the same as rebuilding. Now we've got to keep in the objective of bringing in more affordable housing. So rezoning is not always the key. It's rebuilding and being able to build that is the key. This is what we actually should see as our objective, and so we should look at what the IHP have recommended and say that, is there capacity in there to actually get these houses in there? Would that solve our problems? And it's not just a simple rezoning matter. So that's I'll leave the rest till later. Thank you very much.
I'd like to raise a point of order.
Yep.
I believe the speech that was just made by Councillor Chung may have been influenced by outside factors external to the IHP process. I have reason to believe he might have been reading from an email or from a part which may have been contributed to by a party which is outside the scope of this debate. I would suggest an adjournment so we can get to the bottom of that, please.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to take a couple of minutes to speak to our team here. Might be a tick.
Can I just ask that, sorry, which point of order are you able just to...
Okay. Give me a minute. Thank you. the table. So I've liaised with our team, and unfortunately this is not upheld, this point in order. However, I will remind members to stick to the material within the process, and yeah, we'll be right. I now move to Councillor Pennant.
My neighbour's toilet is about a metre. It's also a place for smoking, and for listening to the radio in a language from a minority that is very underprivileged. And when you walk down my side lane, which is where I have my resource management system, you come into a street which is pretty representative of Pōneke. There's older people, younger people, there's couples with children, there's people with different income levels. And if the reasoning that has been employed is correct, then my street must be an anomaly, but in a way it's not. Children are coming to live in my street. The balance between European and non-European owners is changing in a positive direction, i.e. it's becoming more diverse. If you walk down my street further, you get into a suburb which is, you know, there's broken glass on the pavement, there is all sorts of kind of development. You walk a bit further near Councillor Young's house to the local school, and we are very proud of this fact. The European children are a minority in that school because it's so diverse. And this is a suburb which has been criticised as a bastion of privilege, and I don't think it matches the facts. But what also is happening in my suburb is that new development is coming. So again, if you walk outside my street, a very, very wealthy family bought 3 houses, demolished 2, and built. They're very nice, they're very attractive, but they are only for the very, very wealthy. And then if you go down to the other end of Mount Victoria, I was just telling my colleague, there were some very, very, very disadvantaged people living at the bottom. Councillor Young is aware of this. Very, very disadvantaged immigrants in housing which was not suitable for any human being to live in. So the standards needed to rise. But they were pushed out because someone bought the land. The houses there now are 1.3. There is no room for those people there because in a market economy, those who have got the money get the best resources. So I'm just in this speech just going to briefly talk about character, and then I will go back to the substantive. I think we've just got to remember, and I just want to refer you to the Property Economics Report of May 2023. So just to be really clear, this is evidence which was put before the commissioners. So, under our current plan...
Councillor, sorry, you can't speak to the substantive because
No, I'm just speaking to Rebecca's amendment.
Cool. Sorry, all right. Yep. Please go on.
Yeah, so under the ODP character areas, 58,778 houses are possible with a 53% uptake, which is pretty high. The amendment before us that we've got today from Councillor Matthews goes to 61,750. So that's a difference of 2,972. And I guess what we have to see with the housing numbers that we've got right through this process is a bit like a funnel. You start off with this massive number, and then it keeps going through the process and gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So the realisable numbers we've got are 3,000 in the character areas, except that number will likely get smaller once the developers have a look at what sites they can develop at a profit. All the costs, like with Arlington, for example, you get $1 million houses there because of the remediation of the land. So I guess what I'm saying is that this is a really tricky amendment if you want to get more housing. We voted in commissioners to do a job, and I can't talk about the vote here because that was in PE, but they did get support to do a job. And as Councillor Chung said, they're the only ones that have heard all the evidence in an objective manner. The rest of the discussion has been very political, which is fine, but it has been political. Our own officers talked about 50% coverage, and the difference between the 25 to 50 and the 66 is actually very small numbers in houses. And when we have very emotive appeals, young people want to live in the city, the actually best way to do that is to make sure that you don't gentrify.
and to raise standards in terms of regulation of housing, so they're at least a little bit better. But I don't want luxury housing in the inner city. I want to keep it really diverse. Those who are opposed to character areas should see this as a huge win. Only 6% of the housing stock, as Councillor Chung said again. We've got a reduction of a third. Then that should just generally make everyone happy, because, again, as Councillor Chung said, the commissioners have enabled sufficient housing. And I just want to finish off with talking about why developing the character areas won't make housing more affordable for the very people that we all love and want to support, the artists, the key workers, young people. Market value is not determined solely by how a bit of area is zoned. So in the example I gave before, the reason that land is valuable is because it's got a stunning view over Waitangi Park and the harbour, and it gets lots and lots of sun. So just changing the planning rule isn't going to make it cheaper. And very prominent developers agree through the process. People like Willis Bond, who are probably the best developers in the city, said, we've got enough land, and another one said you don't need to deal with the character areas. You still need a great deal of funding to actually build these houses, as I've said, even when you're trying to build good quality social housing. And it's absolutely disgraceful that in a country like this we cannot build 300 affordable social housing units for those who are most vulnerable. So hopefully the Arlington development will go ahead. The argument that these houses have gone up massively is not borne out by evidence. Inflation has had an impact. Councillor Matthews, I did a quick calculation of your rent. Housing, $65 in 1990 would now be $463.
Councillor, just a note to say that we've gone over 6 minutes.
Okay. And just the last thing. If you look at the deprivation index, what you see through these character areas is a lot of dark red, the most deprivation, and with some mixing. And that is actually a good thing that there is a mix. It's not good that there's deprivation, that's why we need to deal with poverty. But these are diverse areas, and if we gentrify more, which is what actually the Mayor started off with talking about, the more houses that we get, the more people that we shove out to go to other places in the city which they're going to find more difficult to access. And I consider this unacceptable. So I urge you to vote with the decision makers who considered all the evidence, unlike us. I definitely kept right out of it, and look at the evidence. Kia ora.
Councillor Young.
So, God, you know I hate meetings. For getting things done for my community. So there are just two things that I want to talk about. One are the character precincts, and the other one is Hay Street. So I'll start with Hay Street. I'll start with a bit of preamble. So I live in Mount Victoria, as Councillor Pannett has said, and I grew up in Mount Victoria. I lived beneath my childhood home. When my parents got married, my mother moved from Newtown and was mortified to tell people she lived in Mount Victoria because it was such a slum compared to Newtown. And we grew up thinking we'd love to live in one of the 3 Ks, Kelburn, Karori or Kandala, because that's where everyone wanted to live, and no one wanted to live in the inner city. The point is that fashions come and go. So what we think is now desirable, wasn't desirable 50 years ago and may not be desirable in 50 years' time. Who knows? Wellington's character housing, the little houses and bigger villas that cling to the hills, the sort of wooden houses with the corrugated iron roofs, are a defining feature of our city's landscape, and indeed are regarded as a tourist thing. Now, I know we're not thinking about tourism here, but it is a factor about, the aesthetics of our city. It's featured on the cover of the Air New Zealand magazine, for example. But more importantly, it's very resilient housing. In many of these houses, the old houses have withstood earthquake after earthquake after earthquake. No cracked plaster, because they don't have plaster because they're wooden. The other thing is the greenest buildings are the buildings that are already there, and in Mount Victoria there is an enormous amount of renovation of people putting in proper insulation, upgrading features, making them warm, dry, etc. but they're all on very small pieces of land, and it's very expensive land. So if you wanted to do a development, for most places you'd have to buy several houses and bowl them before you could even begin. So, and that won't deliver affordable housing. And it was interesting going through the report, quoting, as Councillor Pennant referred to, David McGuinness, the Chief Executive of Willis Bond, who said the availability of land is not the problem, it's the cost of the development. And the upzoning of hill suburbs was of little utility because of the cost of building. Sometimes it's quite hard for me to read my own writing. So the thing is, I live in I live in Elizabeth Street. It's one of the narrowest streets, and so in a block, my block, which I suppose might have 20 houses, we have Italians, Indians, Chinese, Greeks, and me, and a few other people as well, of course. But it was when we lived there, my grandmother, who died a very long time ago, described Mount Victoria as the licorice all sorts suburb because it was so ethnically diverse. And it's a bit embarrassing to refer to that now, but it's just to put it in context, it was a long time ago. So that's my view on character housing. It is part of the charm of Wellington, but it's also very practical housing. It withstands earthquakes, it can be made warm and dry. And they're sensible houses. They're not McMansions. You know, there are no sort of, dare I say it, vulgar pillars at the front. So then the other thing I want to mention is Hay Street. So I know Hay Street very well. It is an incredibly difficult street. It's probably one of the trickiest streets in Wellington just to walk up, actually. It's very narrow. It only has a pavement on one side. It's very complex. It has paper roads running across it. The road to Mark Denichek's house Mark Denichek came in last week, I think there's a paper road to his place which runs across two other sections. There are crisscrossing of titles, the topography is appalling, and it's very steep. Some of the houses have to have cable car access. It would be a mad place to intensify or densify, whichever is the right word. But of course, you have to wonder why Hay Street is in here, and I just think it's the wrong street to even contemplate. No one in their right mind would contemplate doing any densification on Hay Street. The houses are slammed together already. So I just want to have a few points about these. I am opposing all these amendments, probably no surprise to Councillor Matthews. And that's it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, look, I just want to thank Councillor Matthews for this fantastic set of amendments. My only complaint is I didn't get to bring them myself. No, I'm just going to respond to a few points that have come up in debate. Firstly, David McGuinness didn't say what some of the other councillors here have represented. The IHP sort of threw his arguments together like some kind of zombie reanimated. I know, because I watched all the hearing streams and I transcribed exactly what he said. It's a very interesting point that made it to a final report that does not actually reflect what was put in there. And maybe that wasn't the first time the IHP made such an error in reports. Look, no one here is saying zoning is going to do it all. But what we do know is that empirical economic evidence from jurisdictions across the world show that by enabling supply, you enable housing. And I knew this argument was going to come up because which one is it? Tell me, zoning will not lead to housing? If that's the case, what's the issue? By your own admission, zoning's not going to lead to housing, so what do you care? Or is it zoning is going to lead to housing and you just don't like the style of housing? Can we just be intellectually consistent here, please? And finally, look to some of Councillor Pannant's points. Yep, we do have a market economy. We do have constrained land supply, which means the price is going up. That makes the possibility of our social home builders, Te Toi Mahana and Kāinga Ora, very unlikely to buy in those inner city areas and bring more social housing in and let those developments flourish. And, you know, you said you didn't want to see these areas gentrify. They're already gentrified. They're the most gentrified parts of the city. I know, because when my wife and I, on 2 incomes, tried to buy our first house 5 years ago, we ended up in the northern suburbs. And now I wouldn't change a single thing. But maybe, just maybe, Johnsonville wasn't the first suburb that we started to look in when we went on our housing journey. Just maybe we might have looked at a different ward, one that I like to pick on from time to time. So we have gentrified. And I just don't get this inconsistency. Is zoning going to provide housing or not? Because if you think it's not, then what's the opposition? Or is it you just don't actually want to see more people that come with zoning? I don't know. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor, for staying under the 3-minute timeline. It's a guide, but I would encourage the guide. Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thanks. This process obviously be very difficult for everyone, and in particular, I'd have to say it confronted my two objectives of coming onto council, one of which was to improve the supply of affordable housing in Wellington, and the other was to improve the engagement of the council with the population of Wellington, because it seemed like this process had involved a massive level of public participation, but did it actually address the issue of affordable housing? And so I was trying to work out which team I was going to back. Was I going to be backing the more housing team, or was I going to be backing the public engagement team? But when I read the papers that we were given, what became abundantly clear was that the gap between, if you like, a more permissive approach towards densification and what has been recommended by the panel was extremely small. That we're not talking about a large adjustment. The amount of housing that has been identified as necessary in Wellington is very amply met by what has been recommended by the panel. And it is, sure, it's a little bit improved by what Councillor Matthews is suggesting, but it's very much at the margin. So we do have to look at the relative merits of a small improvement to the provision of affordable housing and a large poke in the eye to a lot of people who actually invested an enormous amount of time and energy and engagement in this process. And so I that's really where I ended up resting my position on this. I also feel that there's one thing which I think I still am very, very concerned about, the provision of affordable housing in Wellington, and I don't actually believe that any of the decisions we make today, whether it is to support the panel's recommendations or to support the amendments which have been put forward, I don't think very many of those decisions are going to make much difference to affordable housing, that we are still going to have to support tikaenga. We're still going to have to support Te Toi Mahana, and we're still going to have to, Liam's work to lower consenting costs. So all of those things, we're still going to have to work with our iwi partners to activate their land in Wellington. All of those other initiatives have to progress, and I hope that people in this room are not feeling that a small tweak to what the panel recommends is going to make any difference at all to really our obligation in respect of affordable housing through these other channels, because frankly those other steps are going to be far more important. It's really notable at the moment that the amount of building that's happening in Wellington, even though nobody would say there is a shortage of buildable land, the amount of building of residences in Wellington at the moment is plummeting because it's not economic. And nothing that we do today will actually make it more economic. We're an expensive city to build in, and we have to address the cost of build as more than just the availability of land. And some of the initiatives that are proposed in Councillor Matthews' recommendations, I frankly find extremely difficult to understand, the setback rules and things like that, because when you walk around, as Iona mentioned, around Mount Victoria, you realise that some of these rules are actually very important in terms of the amenity value of properties, but actually will make almost no difference at all to the benefits or costs of building. So it almost feels that it's being done for reasons other than improving the provision of affordable housing in Wellington. So I'll be voting in favour of some of Councillor Matthews' recommendations, and I'm certainly voting in favour of some of the other ones that are down the track, because I think there are a few tweaks we can make to improve the situation. But I think in the main, we have to realise that what we're talking about today is we have to balance the sincerity and the importance of the political process on the one hand, and the engagement of the people of Wellington, and respect for their opinions. And I think the independent hearing panel did a very good job of listening and respecting and trying to actually blend different opinions to the overarching challenge that we all have, which is to improve the provision of affordable housing in the city.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Thank you, councillors. I first want to start by thanking the independent hearing panel commissioners. Trevor Robinson, Robert Schofield chaired the various streams, and all the other commissioners. They have spent an enormous amount of time working through their part of the process. This council hired them to do a job, and I think they've done their job. That shows really in the enormous range of recommendations that we are not amending. I also want to thank all the submitters, because the amount of hours to engage in this process is enormous. And I know people who have spent literally hundreds of hours pulling together their views, along with those who have spent some considerable amount of money, most notably Kāinga Ora, who apparently spent $750,000 on expertise trying to submit to our plan, in their submission to our plan. There's been a commentary around, does zoning enable housing? And probably overall in the long term, it does. But I have to say, in 2013, the City Council zoned Johnsonville for upzoning and housing intensification, and I am still waiting for the review of that exercise. I know why that exercise has not been done. It's because it hasn't worked. And I remind people too that what we have got is not new, high-quality, affordable housing. Because when we set these rules, one of the important things to remember is these rules for a developer are the starting point for their own proposals. And officers, certainly in Johnsonville, have taken the current rules and given exemptions and pushed it even further. I support making a more permissive set of rules because, you know, in the aim of providing more housing, they are out of date. There are better housing techniques, there's better sound protection, there's better insulation. We can build more densely. And I think that the officers who have put forward their recommendations, but then the independent hearing panel, all the submitters, have come together and combined to produce a really, really good outcome. I don't agree with a lot of this stuff. There are places, for example, where the commissioners have extended the walking catchments beyond what officers recommended, as well as reduced them. I see no amendments to withdraw that change. I think I want to talk to particularly the specifics. So first of all, Adelaide Road. Commissioners decided that Adelaide Road shouldn't be CBD because it doesn't function as part of the central city. It doesn't have the things that Central City has on Adelaide Road. I know it might happen. And when it does start to happen, when the supporting infrastructure, transport, etc., does arrive, then we can rezone it through a district plan change. But it does not do that now, and I don't agree with that extension. Then we have the walking catchment. I think that the moderation and the balance has been found to be correct in the walking catchment issue. I'm very worried about Hay Street, because not just because of Hay Street. I mean, I'm not sure who's going to vote for this, who's actually walked up the top of Hay Street. I mean, seriously. Because if Hay Street is walkable, there's a whole lot of other enormously steep places that also will be seen to be walkable if Hay Street is supported to be in our plan. I'm especially worried about two other areas. These are the areas where officers, where this amendment goes against officer advice. That's in the character areas and in the setbacks. In the setback side of things, officers rightly recommend against that, not because of what happens on that property, but because what happens on the next property. The officer advice basically says that boundary setbacks contribute to protecting the amenity of adjacent sites. What that means is my neighbour I can't go right to the boundary of our neighbour. It's already close enough. They are already making them tighter. Let's keep the reasonableness, the pragmatism that the IHP has added to the officer's proposed district plan. Overall, I am disappointed with this process. As a council, we have to put on the record that we have not had a get-together and swap notes before this. We're thrashing this out now, okay? There's been a group of people who are going to go and vote for all this stuff. You know, as the Deputy Mayor, to paraphrase the Deputy Mayor, is a group of councillors who want a green climate change city. And that's certainly the right of members to have that sort of city. But in rejecting the whole process of the IHP in such a dramatic way, I don't, you know, without necessarily having evidence, I've seen no evidence of actual, you know, submitters about why getting rid of setbacks is going to make a better suburb. I mean, it's fine for the developer to build up to the boundary, but what about the neighbour? What does that do to the whole character of that suburb?
You're just past 6 minutes now.
Yep, thank you. So I really want to, you know, again say that this proposed district plan still has flaws. Stuff can still be amended when it's being done. That we shouldn't get ahead of our infrastructure investment in recommending where housing should go, and that I would like to see amendments that are supported by real evidence that they're going to work, not just good intentions. Thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora tātou katoa. First, I would like to acknowledge those councillors who previously contributed to this mahi, especially to Councillor Day and Councillor Fitzsimon. And for those of you who got the opportunity today sitting on the table and making decisions, whichever way you make, this is a big decision. Congratulations for getting that opportunity. For officers, for your hard work, and especially Sean's team, it's amazing, and I always appreciate you guys' support. To my communities, especially Newtown, who are, in my humble opinion, some of you think that you are in a wrong side of the debate. But I hear you, I understand where you're coming from. We know you, you are not rich people who don't want to welcome people in your area. I know already you already welcomed the migrants, the refugees, the Chinese, the Muslims, the Christians, everyone in the community. For that, I would like to congratulate you for having such a most diverse suburb in the country. It's not, you are not rich people who are opposing this IHP recommendations or supporting, but you got this one wrong, and according to me, and I'm supporting it for many reasons. I'm a father of 3 children. I'm raising my children in this city. Even as a councillor who earn good income today, affording a house in the ward that I represent becomes almost impossible. The only way I can raise my children in the area that I love so they can stay in the community they love with the children they're growing up is by building houses up. And that is why I'm supporting Councillor Matthews' amendment. It is not going to solve all the problems, but we are making it easy for our community to get access to it. A good example is there is an apartment currently next to the most popular cafe in Wellington, People's Coffee on Constable Street. That apartment is the beauty of Newtown. We would like to have more of those ones so we can house more people. I'm really struggling to understand some of my colleagues' point, especially Councillor Carvett, Councillor Panett. You support...
You can't tell the difference.
Okay, apology. She's online. She's my friend too. She's my good friend too. There you go. So, Councillor Panett, I'm really struggling to understand how you believe that Wellington will be more population in the future, but you don't support more housing, and you don't want housing to be built up. You don't want housing to be built out, And how do you want people to be living? Do you think people like me and my children who are growing up in this city have the right to own one day to live in the city? How are you going to achieve it? My children who are growing up with your children who want to live in the same area as yours, when I don't have a house to inherit them. And that is why I'm supporting this amendment. This amendment can make things better, but I'm very glad to see today all of you didn't mention anything NIMBY YIMBY, because we know all our communities are a winner today as part of this change. And it's early days, of course, but all I want is our community to be united. Those who are opposing, I do understand them. I value their opinion, but this is the right thing to do. I personally campaigned on more housing. More housing is what we need. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rogers.
Kia ora. I was very surprised to hear that no evidence had been provided for some of those changes. I might refer that member to the amendments themselves, which contain the evidence and were circulated on Tuesday. I really want to thank Councillor Matthews' expertise in being able to dive into this alongside staff members. Both of my parents are scientists, and so I do come from the view that you do have to inspect every single thing put before you. It's quite commonly known in science that you wouldn't take something as fact if it wasn't peer reviewed, and the process that we're going through right now is peer reviewing the analysis that the IHP has done. And I think that's why it's incredibly important that we continue to inspect these things, why it's important to bring changes where we see that evidence was balanced in a way that we don't think was appropriate, and that is exactly why I'm supporting Councillor Matthews' amendments.
I think that takes us to right of reply. Pawiwi Kelly.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I do want to thank our officers for the process that they have led, and also for my colleagues around the table and for the submitters who have taken the time to submit, and also to our hearing panel. I think that the process has been a very robust process, and I've enjoyed listening to everybody's comments, and that's essentially because, well, we had the experts, the resource management experts on our panel speak. You as elected members live in these areas, and you know the people, you know the areas, and that's helped me to make my decision today. And so I've been given clear instructions on what I'm to do, and so you've helped me to how do I say it? You've helped me to be able to land in a position where I can balance that. So I want to thank my colleagues for the things that they've contributed today, and I do want to say that I will be supporting a number of the amendments that have been tabled today, but there will be some that I won't be supporting, and but I do want to thank you all for the contribution that's been made, because I do think that we all want a livable city, and a city that is affordable for everyone. Kia ora.
Kia ora, great. Right of reply, great.
Kia ora, colleagues. Thank you for the debate. This is, for many of us, this is a kind of a personal journey as well, and we shouldn't discount our own experiences. And, you know, Councillor Pannett brought up about my rent, and actually inflation of my rent from 1990 in Auckland would have it be around $143 a week. Why it wouldn't be that amount is because of housing inflation. And housing inflation is much higher and has been established and reported to the independent hearing panels because of exactly councils like these restricting zoning and contributing in a significant way to the housing crisis. I remember when we were in the spatial plan, zoning is the idea of housing. You are correct when you talk about it as a funnel, because you have to zone for many times more than what is required because of all of the barriers you have identified, including the current economic conditions. That is why you have to go beyond the capacity of what's going to grow in population when you are zoning, because that is the idea. Then all of the other things that happen to deliver the housing. And you're right, Councillor Brown, this is just the idea of housing. But every single time we say, not here, not now, not in this way, we make that end result less and less likely. It doesn't take decades to have effect. The evidence provided to the independent hearing panels about the impact on the Auckland Unitary Plan in very recent history shows it makes a difference. The conversations about affordability, to me, are just ignoring the reality that the organisation most responsible for housing the most vulnerable people, Kāinga Ora, put all this resource in because this is the most important thing that we can do to enable them to house people. Many of you have made comments. I appreciate the debate. My amendments are all backed up by evidence. They will make a difference. I urge you to support them. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Can I have part 4C, can I have part 1 and part 2 taken separately, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Everything by division, but just 1 and 2 separately? Everything separately. We'll just go through it. Yep, all good. It is. So we're voting for 4B, Adelaide Road. Adelaide Road. 4B. We're just waiting on Councillor Brown and Councillor Calvert. And that has passed. Sean, we might need your advice for how we separate the next one. No.
Good, where are we up to?
Can we take part 1 of C separately to 2? They're related?
Really consider they are, because what's 1, I would be happy to vote for 1 because I know the other will pass, but yeah. Okay.
All right, so we're looking at the matter of 3C.
Yeah.
The first being the intensification.
No.
4C, good, that's, I always check. 4C, there isn't a 4C, is there? The walkable catchments. All right.
Okay.
So you want to take 1 separately from
I want the view.
2.
I want to be able to vote for the view shaft. That's what I really want to be able to do. And not vote for the rest.
Yeah, those can be taken separately.
Okay. Just in case I've got a question. 4C.1. Yeah. And that has passed. 4C.2. And that has passed. So that's the next one. D. This one's Hay Street. Can we change the last vote back for Councillor Pennant? That's okay. That's okay.
It's from the cable cars. It's really important.
So this one's 4D.
4D.
And that has passed. 4E, character precincts. No, just E. And that has passed. 4F, Moya and Hania Street. Where are the names?
Just clearing the screen.
Yep. For 4F. Councillor Pennant? And that has passed. No, oh no, G. Setbacks. And that has passed. And then the final amendment. What is that for? 14. Calls to prayer. Yeah. No, yeah, the call to prayer one. And that has passed. Thank you. That brings us to the end of that group of amendments. We're going to break for lunch now. I'm recommending that we have like a shorter lunch, but a couple more breaks in between all the groups of amendments. Otherwise, it'll get too intense. So please come back at 12:30. Yep. We'll get that one done. first of all, thank you everyone for the respectful debate for the last wee while. That was some really hearty work we got through, but I think we did pretty well. So nice one. If we could continue that vibe, that'd be great. There is no time limit on speaking. 3 minutes is the guide. People have been going for 6, and that's okay, but I'm going to give you a little warning when you start to hit that mark to try and wrap it up. We are going to start with Councillor Free's amendment, but I think, Councillor Chung, you wanted to change your vote on something?
Yes, please.
Yep, I'll hand over to you.
Sorry.
View shaft.
Sorry, yes, I'd like to change my vote on the cable car view shafts. Great,
And that's
thank
all
you.
good? Great, thank you.
Right.
So I'm going to hand over to you, Councillor Free.
I did write some notes. So I am bringing this amendment, which I'm hoping that people will consider supporting, mainly because there was quite a change in the process that took place. Well, it wasn't a change in the process, it was a change in the information presented as part of the process, which meant that when we went out for the spatial plan, the proposed district plan, and quite a few other stages of the process, we were thinking at that point that Kilburnie would not be able to have any upzoning because of the hazard data that we had. That kind of changed with some new data from GNS sort of in the middle of the process, which lowered the risk of inundation, coastal inundation, which meant that a lot more of Kilburnie then could be upzoned under the well, it should have been upzoned under the UDS, whatever it is. Yeah, but the problem with that really was that people of Kilburnie by that stage had no chance to input into the process. Our officers recognised that as an issue and did put in an option and actually recommended an option to the commissioners that it could be rejected at this point and gone through, the upzoning could be achieved through a plan change. They didn't appear to have noted that as an officer option, and in fact that came out in the Q&A session that they'd overlooked it and not been aware of it. They did actually admit that meant that people from Kilburnie were basically excluded from having any input into the process because you had to have made a submission at the start and then presented it to the panel. People from Kilburnie didn't make any submissions because they didn't even know this was on the table. So it does seem that there's been a little bit of a failure of the process in relation to the community having any input at all on fine-tuning what they're going to get in their area. And I think that is about the fine-tuning. Kilburnie, now that we know it's not as hazard-prone as we thought, is a good place to upzone. But again, it's with any community, it's about people having a say on that and being able to input into the process and perhaps iron out just some of the fine details about where that boundary could be. So that's what I'm asking for. That we actually reject the upzoning at this point, but make it very clear that that's only because we want to bring it back through a plan change within 12 months.
Thank you, Councillor.
And I believe Councillor Brown has offered to second.
Councillor Brown. Do you want to speak now or? All good. Does anyone have any technical questions regarding this amendment? Fabulous. We can now move to debate. Would anyone like to speak? Pauiwi Kelly.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, or Mayor Tory. I'd like to support this recommendation. Essentially, what I understand is that the IHP identified this as a high growth area and then made the recommendations they did, which wasn't included in what was notified. So essentially means that this community haven't had an input into hearing. They've actually been blindsided and haven't had an input into being allowed to have their view. So I support this. I think that it's a way of addressing the anomaly that has occurred, and thank you, Councillor Free, for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you. Right of reply?
Oh, is there anyone else? Tim, did you want your...
Oh. No, he said he didn't want to, but Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, look, I support this, in particular because I support communities being able to have a say in what happens in their area. And I think recognising the comments that the independent hearing panel, we're able to hear from various parts of the communities, but acknowledging except Kilburnie on this particular topic. So just as a reminder, if you're supporting this, then you should also be thinking about how you support the independent hearing panel's recommendations, because they're the ones who did hear from the community, for those communities who were aware of that they could speak, and they're the ones who sat through and listened to hours and hours and hours and then assessed that information. So I will be supporting this, but I think there's also a lesson in there about why we are following the independent hearing panel's views on this. Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you. Not to labour the point, but I want to add one further point of relevance, and that is the independent hearing panel chose to expand the area for high-density housing around Kilburnie. But it's important to note that the officers, when in their recommendations around this area, noted that the new information that they were using to propose a wider extent of the high-density housing around Kilburnie, that this was new information, and that because the hearing panel, because you have had to have submitted to the hearings to have any standing to comment, it was impossible for newly affected people to have a say about this extent. Now, this has happened in other areas. There are areas where we were imposing district plan on people who are not expecting it. But I think the breadth of it and the fact that the officers recommended an alternative, suggested an alternative recommendation to the hearing panel, which is to not expand it and deal with it under a bylaw. I think it's material that you know that the officers also recognised that there was a loss of engagement just through the process of doing the proposed district plan and what they're obliged to do. Thank you.
Any further debate? Right of reply.
Yes, thank you for that. And just Councillor Randall, you are right that the process was really not what the standard process possibly should have been, because the other aspect to this is we were only considering upzoning around the town centre, but that was a fairly generous town centre in my view, partly because that was what was going to be upzoned. Then when a walkable catchment was added around that, it was a walkable catchment around a fairly generous definition of a town centre, which essentially means there's a very big catchment now zoned for upzoning. And I really would like that to be tested with the community and appreciate that, I think I do have support for that to happen through a proper process where we will actually hear from the business community as well as our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We can now take it to a vote. I think we can assume that we'll change Councillor Free's vote, and as well as Councillor Chung. So that has passed.
I honestly think my finger must have slipped there. I was very clear about what I wanted to do.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, councillors. We are now going to go to Councillor Winera, who's going to move a number of amendments, and after he speaks, we'll go to technical questions if there are any.
Te koro matua, tēnā koe. Tēnā rā koutou, kai aki rangatira, o te rohi nei, ki ngā pauiwi, tēnā kōrua. O te tōtai, karera ki ngā kaiwhakamahere o te kaupapa nei, kua pōkai nei I nei mahere kia whakamanoa I te kaupapa o tēnei rā. So kei te mihi kia koutou katoa, ia Sean, kei whia koe, kia ora. It is an old military maxim that no plan survives contact with the enemy. There is another maxim, however, which states that although plans are useless, planning is essential. And I'm certain when, I think it was Eisenhower said that, he was thinking of district plans. When I was in university, I struck out in mid to late summer to try and find a place to live with my 4 mates who were all boys, so our chances were already very high. We searched the length and the breadth of the city. We went up to the north to Jayville, as I'll speak about very soon. We went out to the west to the depths of Karori. We went even into the dark streets of Situn to try and find a place to live. I must have gone to about maybe 30 or 40 viewings, and I wore a very nice suit to them, as you can possibly imagine. I did not receive a single offer. And the only way I was able to find a place was because I was referred through a friend who happened to have also been turned down for a number of things, and when she was finally offered one, she had conveniently already found a living situation and was passed on to me. But at every single one of those flat viewings I went to, I was looking at the same places as single dads, as students, as families, young families, as older people, as retirees. We were all looking at the same mouldy, drafty, heritage-listed, substandard accommodation to call a home. That was my first introduction to local politics, whether I knew it or not. We have heard some pretty bizarre things throughout this hearings process, I think it's pretty fair to say. We've heard that rusty oil tanks are critical heritage for our city. We've heard that folks in the city don't walk uphill after they head down to work on the Wairau Express. We have heard that people who have devoted years of their professional lives to studying the matters under our consideration today are not considered experts, despite the wealth of expert evidence which they provide and facilitate. We have also heard repeatedly that temporary economic conditions post-COVID, which raise the cost of development, will persist seemingly forever, or if you listen to the IHP's recommendations, you may be led to believe that is the case. Even more bizarre, actually, is that the IHP agreed with a number of these points, despite significant and compelling evidence to the contrary provided by many, many submitters. Kai te mihi ahau ki te Kaihakahira McNulty e hoa for being my confidant and my viewing buddy as we waded through hours of hearing video, trying to understand how the IHP reached these conclusions. Now, Councillor McNulty is a great advocate for the North, and it is to the North that I'd now like to turn. So we know the North is growing. We know Johnsonville is growing. We know from the data and expert advice provided in these hearings that there is demand in the order of thousands, possibly tens of thousands, that is coming for the North. This is a good thing. So much of our CBD workforce commutes in from that part of the city, and so much returns back out. And I think it is a very reasonable thing to note that many of the people who hop on that train and come into the city with their briefcases and their lanyards are doing so on foot. And it is by foot that they will return to their homes. So the amendment I'd like to raise today seeks to recognise appropriately the status of the Johnsonville line and also the northern portion, the Northern Wellington portion of the Kapiti line, which I used a lot in my youth, and recognise that they are hubs for community, hubs to which people walk, hubs by which people commute, and hubs from which people return home. That's the purpose of this amendment today. I will hope that you will support the North, I hope that you will support the city's growth, and I hope that you will support appropriate public transport planning in a time where we are so dearly in need of it. Nā reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Before we move to your seconder, does anyone have any technical questions of officers? Pauiwi Kelly.
Yes, thank you. This sheet that we got from the officers, which actually gave us some guidance about what has been supported and what hasn't. Are you able to talk to what you're saying here? essentially. So the walking catchment, you don't, the 10-minute, it doesn't align. But
I'll call forward Mr. Wharton to assist me. So the first thing to be clear about is when we talk about alignment with reporting officer recommendations, we are talking about officers who are reporting in their expert capacity to the hearings panel. They do not indicate support from officers that are sitting here today. In terms of the walkable catchments, Mr. Wharton, could you explain that?
Certainly. Kia ora, anō. So in my evidence to the panel, I looked at a number of factors. One was what the submission scope was. For example, in the Tawa area, all the submissions were asking for 10 minutes or more, whereas in the Johnsonville line, there were people asking for, no MRT or no walkable catchment right up to, 15 minutes beyond. So there was quite a bit of scope there. I also considered Ministry for the Environment guidance about how to interpret what walkable catchments were, and one of those factors we're looking at the nature of that catchment and the sort of services that were there. There's also the spatial plan itself, which the council had was council policy, which was based on a growth pattern that looked at the various amenities of the neighbourhood, and so where you had an amenity heat map as such that had quite high areas of amenity with lots of different services that people could go to, as well as the transport itself, that could mean a greater catchment. Where it was where that didn't exist to the same degree, it could be smaller. And so from that, the recommendations to the panel at that time were to support a 5-minute catchment for the stations from Crofton Downs to Raroa, except for Box Hill, where I supported 10 minutes, again because of the level of amenities in that area around. I hope that helps.
Thank you. And just one other question. Can you confirm for me that the high density that you're talking about along that line is referring only within the vicinity of Crofton Downs and the Aro station?
So the high density would apply within whichever walkable catchments are chosen for each of those stations, not beyond that walkable catchment, if that answers.
Okay. Yeah, that's what Adam
said. To assist the councillors, the map makers have made a map of the proposed amendments. It's available on the windowsill there. It looks like this. Would you like me to have that distributed? Very good. Well, planners, your finest colouring in.
Any further technical questions?
Just through the chair, as these are being circulated, the map on the right, the councillor amendment is for 10-minute walkable catchments. So this is showing 10 minutes from each of those stations. Thank you.
Thank you.
For clarity, is that within the black bound, or what's inside that black bit?
Yeah, that is correct.
Councillor Free.
So just similar to Kabuni, I guess I'm just checking, what were people actually consulted on? Because I think we went out with it not being rapid transit. Is that correct?
The Johnsonville railway line has been subject to a number of positions through the process. It was in the spatial plan, it was in the draft district plan, it was out of the proposed plan.
So, but I think is similar to, well, it's probably it's a less of a shock than it might be to the Kilburnie people, but it still might come to people feeling this isn't a fair process because at the last stage of the process, they did not have this in, and it looks like it's quite a massive change in effect, going from not rapid transit to rapid transit.
Ultimately, the question of fairness and balance is one for councillors.
Yes, of course.
Councillor McNulty.
Just confirming, there was a whole designated chapter on the Johnsonville line as mass rapid transit that was debated and brought to the commissioners.
That is correct.
Yep. So just a further question, and that had multiple submissions from community groups across the area?
That is correct.
Okay, I think that might take us now to debate. So thank you, officers. Appreciate your expertise. Do we have a seconder for these amendments? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll reserve.
Reserve. Would anyone like to speak or debate? Councillor Free.
Yes, so as many of you will know, transport's my passion. The one thing that actually was clear to me when we were asking Q&A of the commissioners was that they did have a definition for what something needed to be a mass rapid railway line. This line didn't actually meet one of the important criteria, which it could be upgraded to enable greater frequency. That can't happen. I've also, I just think that for me, actually, this was quite clear cut. It did not meet the definition. So maybe through a plan change, you can investigate that, whether the definition is actually the right definition. But for me, actually, it was quite clear. So I won't be voting for this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chung.
Thanks. And I also refer back to our discussion with the commissioners, and I think I recall we actually specifically asked them about what it was that that made them decide, or what was the key to making them decide that it was or wasn't mass transit. And I recall they actually talked about the issues with the tunnels and the fact that it was actually single track, that there were only a few places on the whole line that could actually, where trains could actually pass each other. So to actually increase the frequency or even increase the capacity of that was extremely technically difficult and very, very expensive, because you'd have to change all the tunnels, you'd have to change the tracking area so that there were actually places where the trains could actually pass each other a lot more frequently. So they actually specifically mentioned that, but also according to the IHP evidence there from Don Wignall, he actually stated that there are no material improvement to the Johnsonville line that are either planned in the plan or in the Wellington Rail Program business case. That means there is no prospect of increasing speed, capacity, reliability or frequency out to 2051. The inability to meet any of the NPSUD rapid transit criteria and lack of plans or potential for any improvement clearly differentiates the Johnsonville line from the rest of the electrified rail network. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, I'll just speak briefly. I want to thank Councillor Weneta for bringing this amendment as a resident on this train line and a user of this train line. I guess I just want to circle back to definitions, because this train line, Wellington commuter train lines, were explicitly included as mass rapid transit stops in the Ministry for the Environment guidance that went into the NPSUD. And the only reason they were brought out in the way they were was because councillors voted against our own staff advice to take the train line out of the proposed district plan. I did not vote in that way, but that's the reason that it has become a matter of debate, which to my mind is absolutely insane. It was by design that it doesn't mean it's a bullet train. It doesn't mean, it means can you upzone along this way. Councillor Chung is wrong. We heard advice that actually there are movements to increase the reliability of this service. However, what I'm concerned about is the circular argument. You can't have housing because you don't have transport. You can't have transport because you don't have people, because you don't have housing. And essentially, I heard Mr. Wharton's advice, and the conversations that have taken place are about where there is not going to be investment in the Johnsonville train line to increase these other matters other than reliability, because there's not the population to sustain them, because we won't allow the housing. So we need to find a way to break the cycle of silliness, and we can do that by supporting Councillor Winetta's very good amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to, I guess, put on record that I was one who voted in the last triennium to not support this as a rapid transit line. However, I want to thank my nephew for bringing this amendment to the table, and particularly for his kōrero around why he brought it to the table, because it actually brought to my remembrance one of the important factors when so the trust that I manage, we're in the process of building 40 new affordable homes in the northern region, and one of the questions and the criteria that was asked of us in order for us to get external funding was about the walkable catchment and how near it was. So our funding, which was really substantial, was based on whether we were close enough to the rail, to buses and to all the transport. And I actually had to get my staff to go out and walk in all directions to the railway station and to time it. So I want to thank Nico for bringing that back to my remembrance, because I do support affordable housing. So I'm going to jump around here, and I'm going to now support this recommendation. And I want to pick up on some of the comments that were just made about technically difficult to build on what Councillor Chung just said. And I think it's similar to some of the things that we just passed. We're providing a space for these things to happen. It doesn't necessarily mean it will happen. Some of the things that we voted or we've allowed to happen, because it's going to be really difficult, it's unlikely that development will happen. But where it can happen, we're providing the means for that to happen. So with that respect, I'm going to change my thinking. I might get into trouble for this, but I'm going to change it anyway, based on what Nico brought back to my remembrance. So I think I've got a good defence if I have to answer for this vote. But yeah, I support this recommendation.
Councillor Calvert.
Yes, I wish the silliness would stop with us trying to pretend that we're all resource management experts. And people's memories are incorrect. When the government brought in the MPS, and in part that was mainly driven by what was happening in Auckland, it didn't specifically name all the railway lines in Wellington at all. And if you compare Auckland's railway lines to Wellington, it's quite interesting that their branch railway line, which is equivalent to Johnsonville railway line, the Onehunga one, was not deemed to be rapid transit. And I think that's the key. I mean, we're not interpreting this as walkable catchments around bus routes. This is about defining whether this is a rapid transit route. And if you think about the amount of people that the Johnsonville line can carry and the frequency of it and the reliability of it, we have a much better bus service through Kōrau. Yet we're not looking at all our different bus routes in terms of that. The Johnsonville line is not
defined as a rapid transit. Yes, it's a train. And I tell you what, my grandson, who's an avid follower of Thomas the Tank Engine, loves seeing the train. It probably reminds him a lot of Thomas the Tank, because that's really the equivalent. It's a toy railway line in comparison to the main trunk line and up to the hut. And I think, like the decisions in front of us, you've got to have a look at the evidence, and you've got to have a look at the expert witnesses that came and spoke, not just cherry pick certain people who might support your particular view. But overall, and I think of what the independent commissioners did was they looked at all the expert evidence, and they came based on fact, not based on political whims, not based on ideology, looked at the evidence, and they defined it was not rapid transit, like a lot of people said, and like what we agreed to. So if we were just talking about whether you're close to a bus route, or you're close to a train, or you're close to a shuttle, yeah, these walkable catchments might apply then, but we're not talking about that. And let's not forget that we are also densifying our entire city, including these catchments, medium density housing all the way through. So you are not preventing any sort of intensification. And this is where we've got a cohesive plan in front of us, and yet now we are trying to pick the eyes out of it. For what? Because we think we know best. And look, all I can say is this council of recent times has not made the best of decisions, both commercially and financially. And to think that we are great at this sort of thing, no. So I won't be voting for this, and I'm really disappointed that somebody who has no idea of what this actually means has brought this with very, very weak evidence to support it.
If we can refrain from personal insults to other councillors, please, that's a warning. If anyone does it again, well, you'll be hearing from me. Councillor Randall.
Thank you, councillors. I appreciate the intent of this notice of motion. I too, amendment. Sorry, maybe next time. In rising to speak, I hope to maybe change Poiwi Kelly's view back. I live in Johnsonville, and I am first in the queue to say that I would really love to have a rapid transit service. In fact, in 2006, I tried to get a rapid transit service by having the Johnsonville line turned into a busway, which would have been a rapid transit service. But it was opposed by many people, unfortunately, and it didn't happen. Really, whether it's a rapid transit service is a matter of evidence, not definition or intent. The NSUD said that high quality transit is a key enabler of high density housing, and it's really important that we do have high density housing around rapid transit services. But whether Johnsonville's rapid transit really comes down to experts' evidence that we've got a highly attractive service. Johnsonville, in terms of public transport, is the sixth most important route serving Wellington City. Of course, we've got the Kapiti line, we've got the Hutt line. They're the top two. But the number two bus route, the number one bus route, and the number 3 bus route all have significantly higher patronage than the Johnsonville line. They are more closer to a mass transit service. In fact, the number 2 bus route has more than 3 times the patronage of the Johnsonville line. The number 1 bus route has more than twice of it. The highest area of public transport usage is coming now out of Johnsonville, from people taking the bus. But it hasn't got very high usage in city terms. That benefit goes to Newtown. services by buses. So just because it's a rail line doesn't mean it's rapid transit. We had, the hearing panel heard from 4 transport experts, one of which is cited by Councillor Winiera's amendment as a supporter. But I want to focus on the expert from Wakakataui. Wakakataui has come up with the One Network framework, which is referenced to the Regional Land Transport Strategy. And the One Network framework says that it defines what is rapid transit. It was updated to its final version in November 2022. And it explicitly states that the Johnsonville line and the Anehanga line, as mentioned by Councillor Calvert, are not rapid transit services. This was supported by Wakakataui's transport expert that said that because it didn't meet the One Network framework minimum for a frequent service, which is stated as averaging 4 trains per hour across the day, it fails to be a high quality service. And because there is no plans from the Regional Council or Kiwi Rail to change that in the next 30 years, this is what we've got. The Johnsonville line is a pretty good bus service in transport terms, and we shouldn't burden the area serviced by a pretty good bus service with high density housing. I really think that it's also, it must be noted, it's not fast, which is another criteria. The reality is most of the time the bus service is faster. It's 16 minutes from the railway station to Johnsonville, 23 on the train. In fact, it used to be 21 on the train, but the new trains can't get up the damn hill. So it's actually slower than it used to be. And so is the bus service, because it's stuck in traffic. And we haven't fixed that either. We really have got to get it right, things in the right order. If we're going to have high density housing, we've got to provide the alternate service and then provide the zoning for high density housing. Doing it in the opposite order is just a recipe for bad pepper pot type developments, and we've seen that in Johnsonville already. This is what happens. We have bad outcomes from capricious developers. If we want a city that's going to work for a compact city that's going to work, we've got to provide the infrastructure support. And I fully support that, but we've got to do it in the right order. And anything else, no disrespect, is really wishful thinking. And it's disappointing that again, we have what seems to me to be an agenda-driven amendment with wishful thinking that is not grounded in reality and practicality. And so I do urge you to say, Councillor Pauiwi and all, Pauiwi Kelly and Pauiwi Hoa and all your councillors and elected members, please look at the evidence, vote against this amendment because it's not supported. Wanting Johnsonville to be rapid transit does not mean it is so, and we'll just break the city with this sort of approach. Thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, just a few quick comments. So as a student of Raro Intermediate and Onslow College, I reckon I might have the claim to the most train rides on this train than anyone else in the room. And indeed, I decided to take it this morning, given that the buses lately don't like to use air conditioning out of Johnsonville. If you see on the map in front of us towards the top at Awaroa Street, there's sort of a green little parky area under your M. That's sort of the middle of Awaroa Street where I grew up. I just want to talk to you about the scale of these catchments. I lived completely at the top end of Awaroa Street where Ngārumu Grove came off. As a sprightly intermediate student and as a teenager, that was a 10-minute walk. So this is a very, very conservative 10-minute catchment that they've put on there. These are not massive catchments given the topography and topology are there. Again, I return to this argument, is the zoning going to build the housing or not? Because I'm still getting very mixed messaging on this. But look, I actually think this whole thing is very academic. Down the road, the NPSUD was a bipartisan piece of legislation. It was supported by 113 to 7 MPs in the House. It has retained its support through an election and change of government, and this was always envisioned that if you had a service in which you could more efficiently move carriage of people than via private vehicle, that was mass rapid transit. So I see this as purely an academic exercise, remembering this decision, whatever we make today, doesn't make it so. It goes to Minister Bishop to decide what the end outcome is. And given that this is National Party policy, it is Labour policy, it is Green policy, it is Te Pāti Māori policy, I think it's even New Zealand First policy, they supported it. Why wouldn't we just send this back to the government and say, here are the two options, here's the nuanced version of the Johnsonville line that looks at it through this lens, and here's what our understanding of what was originally envisioned, and let the minister do it. We're doing every single local government authority in the country a solid by doing that, and we'll send them the bill so they don't have to go through this debate themselves. So to me, it's just a real academic argument. Give it to the minister. He'll tell us if it's mass rapid transit or not, and that will set the standard for cities moving forward.
Any further debate? Right of reply. All good. In that case, we are going to take 4H to a vote. And that has passed. And now 10-8. Everything, yeah. And now the Kapiti line walkable catchments. Councillor Brown and Councillor Free. And that has passed. I don't think so, but that's okay. Good work, everyone. Before we get into some really gnarly amendments next, I'm actually going to recommend a 10-minute coffee and loo break, and then bring us back. Again, I want to thank everyone for getting through this. We're pacing quite well, and it's great. We have 2 more rounds of amendments before we move back to the substantive. So let's just see how we go. Keep your speeches to the point. No need to repeat yourself. But yeah, I'm not gonna shut you down, obviously. I now go over to Councillor McNulty to move some amendments.
Look, kia ora everybody. I won't speak too long on this. If there's some debate, I'll bring in the right of reply. But this is just really common sense, simple amendment. Call it the Gordon Wilson Amendment, if you will. This has recognised where there is heritage either being proposed for a building or the building is currently a heritage building, and the owners have asked that that not be the case, that we say, okay. And that's the intention of it. So to be clear, if something was proposed for heritage listing and it was supported by the property owners or there wasn't opposition in the community, we're not touching that. We are just simply saying in the cases of these matters that we will allow for these property owners not to have a heritage listing imposed on these properties. The 2 that we remove heritage classification from are the gas tank, the well-loved rusty gas tank in Miramar that is impeding economic activity on that site, and the Gordon Wilson flats that have sat decrepit, decaying, and is a symbol of how the well-intentioned the well-intentions and the good intentions that sit behind heritage actually can lead to such destructive city outcomes. So, nice simple amendment. The most direct democracy we can deliver to the people, so I'm looking forward to unanimous support around the table because we are giving the people what they have asked for. But I'll leave any debate for right of reply.
Before we move to seconder and debate, do we have any technical questions for our officers? Councillor Pennant.
Who's answering the questions?
Do we have our wonderful Sean in the room?
Yes. Oh, right, sorry, you're over there. Thanks, Sean. Can you just confirm that the Environment Court in litigation said that the Gordon Wilson flats have significant heritage value?
Yes, that is the case. The court did declare so.
Thank you. And can I just clarify, maybe the mover will be able to help me, but this justification that's given around some of these buildings, which are apartment buildings, was that you that gave that they don't give effect to the MPSUD, the housing heritage ones, or was it the mover? Because I'm just trying to understand the rationale.
So the clerical notes were made in order to assist the amendment mover, demonstrate their intention. The restraint that is placed upon these sites by those heritage buildings can be seen as a not restraining matter, qualifying matter. Thank you. A qualifying matter under the NPSUD, and so the technical planning instrument that is being set aside there is that qualifying matter. So that's what that reference is referring to.
So the idea is some people want to bulldoze housing to build taller housing?
Yes, they wish to bulldoze smaller buildings to build bigger buildings and thereby provide more housing.
But Whanganui is not. It's a tall building. And sorry, just the last question for now. The Emily House, did we get advice from you, sorry, about whether that was supported by officers? Because that, of course, used to have internal heritage listing as well.
The Emily House is quite correct. That is the one that was internally listed, the only internally listed residential building in the city. You questioned commissioners on that matter, so advice was provided by commissioners.
Can you just remind me, sorry, there's been a lot of material that we've covered.
So the commissioners have recommended the listing of that building, or the retention of that building as being listed.
Sorry, the internal or the external?
Both.
Both, yeah. Okay. So that, okay. And sorry, did you?
Sorry,
No.
I have made a small error. Sorry. You appreciate I have to remember quite a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why we're...
The internal was...
Has been removed.
The
Thank you,
internal
Mr. McCutcheon. but the external is retained?
That's correct. And so this amendment would remove the external listing.
Okay, and so what was, can you just bear with me and remind me what the officer advice was in the section 42?
Perhaps, Adam, rather than operating me, why don't we just bring you to the table?
I think it would probably be easier, wouldn't it?
Save us all out some time.
Through the chair, so my recollection of the submission from the owner was that 3 options were presented: remove the listing entirely, remove the internal listing, or just have a external only listing. The advice in my reporting function was to retain the internal and external listing.
Okay, right, thank you very much, that's helpful, thanks.
Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much. Being a born and bred Wellingtonian, I should actually know the answer to this, but I don't. When people describe the Gordon Wilson flats, they talk about it as being a classic example of something of that era. So are there any other examples of this type of architecture in Wellington, or is that the only one, or is it the largest one?
So if you were to look across the road in Dixon Street, you'll find another modernist social housing building. It is different from Gordon Wilson, but it is in the same broad modernist style. So there are other examples, but Gordon Wilson is unusual, as the Environment Court decision said, for its double-storey mansionette style.
Sorry, okay, thank you. So from extension of that, are they Dixon Street flats also of that masonette style?
No, they are single-storey flats.
Great, thank you. So that would be the only one in Wellington that is of the style then, correct?
I don't know every building in Wellington, but I can't think of another one of that scale.
Great, thank you very much.
Councillor Young.
So just on, have the Dixon Street apartments got a heritage listing?
They do, but they are not in scope for your decisions today.
No, I'm just trying to work out priorities. So the second thing is, with the Robert Stout building, so we know that the university didn't turn up to present on Gordon Wilson. Did they turn up to the hearings to present on Robert Stout?
Adam, is this a matter you can assist me with?
Through the chair, the Victoria University of Wellington did not attend the heritage hearing at all.
Extraordinary, thank you.
Councillor Randall.
I just want to just confirm a statement from Councillor McNulty when he moved it that the owners of these buildings have requested that the heritage status has been removed from each of these. Can you confirm if that's correct from an officer's perspective?
Through the chair, that is correct. Every single one of these buildings identified in this series of amendments has had a submission from the owner requesting that it be removed from the heritage schedule.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Pennant.
Sorry, just triggered my memory. A building like Gordon Wilson in Grays Avenue was demolished up in Auckland. Can you just think of any other buildings around the country now that are like that? So is this really the last one?
I can confirm from the weekend that the Grays Avenue building has been strengthened by Kāinga order. I walked through it.
I thought it had been demolished. I'm sure it had been.
It's been subject to extensive renovation.
Okay.
But it does still exist.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Oh, that was the only two then?
Yes, I believe that's the only two.
Pauiwi Kelly, did you have one?
So the owners have all submitted that they would like the heritage listing lifted, but the advice you've given to us is that none of them align with your recommendations.
What we are advising you is that you have the scope to make a decision. We are not advising you to remove the listing. We are not advising you to keep the listing.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I think
Each way.
Yeah, and for Pui, Liz, the point Sean is making is that Councillor Randall raised a question earlier on today if we could provide advice what the officer's 94 reports were saying about these particular items, and I think the document you got in front of you relates to that advice. And Sean is correct in his statement, but just to be absolutely clear, what you have in front of you isn't necessarily anything to do with the IHP recommendations. It's how the officers presented the evidence to them. Is that correct?
Yes. The other thing I'll clarify, just because this can be confusing, particularly for public observers, is that due to the restraint on introducing new evidence to the process, that is why I'm not giving you my recommendations today. That would be new evidence.
Just one other question. Councillor Pennant was talking in the beginning about Gordon Wilson flats, and that there was a hearing where it remained as a heritage building. What impact would that have on us as a council? Would that leave us liable for further litigation if we were to support this recommendation today?
So the decision you're making today is whether you should reject the IHP's recommendation that these buildings be listed or remain listed, and referring the decision to the Minister. In referring the decision to the Minister, you are subject to judicial review, but the process does not allow for appeal through the Environment Court. You also have the power to decide free of that Environment Court decision. So what I mean by that is the court's decision does not bind you in your decision today, though it was raised in submission, so it can be a factor in your decision.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, just on the matter of Gordon Wilson, is it also true that it's only remaining examples of large-scale investment in social housing done under a national government? I had understood that was part of its heritage value. I'm serious. I'm actually serious that's well, no, large scale like that, yeah.
Yes, I believe that is true.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just remembering because this has come around the blocks a few times, and it's been rejected by an Environment Court. I mean, they've upheld its heritage listing, and this process has actually upheld its heritage listing as well.
Yes.
But we all look at it and go,
Councillor Young.
Can you remember which year it was that Maurice Clark came, the heritage engineer came and told us that Gordon Wilson was unsalvageable because salvageable because it has concrete cancer? Can you remember what year that was? That's my question. Not new information.
I can't remember, but also I don't believe that was raised in submission, so it probably needs to be set aside. Sorry, it needs to be set aside from your decision making.
I think that brings us to the end of our technical questions. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Pennant. Fabulous. Oh, well, in that case, do I have a seconder? Thank you, officers. Do I have a seconder?
Pauiwi Hohaia.
Pauiwi Hohaia. Would you like to speak now? Or? Great. In that case, we now move to debate. I will go to Councillor Young first. Oh, question. Well, in that case, Councillor Pennant.
With pleasure. So I have been fortunate enough to live in the Gordon Wilson flats, and my first job as a paper girl was in the Dixon Street flats. This was my local hood, and it's an absolutely brilliant place to live. You think it looks rubbish, but it's sunny, it's soundproof, it's got this awesome 1950s vibe. Look, honestly, it would sell for a lot of money if someone wanted to put the money in. And this seems, look, I do object to this. The Environment Court, the Independent Hearings Panel have looked at it and have said it's got heritage value, and we haven't been privy to all of that conversation. So I think that the justification isn't very good. Also, it's housing. Why would we be demolishing housing to make way for a gateway for the university, which has got straitened circumstances? And some of these other ones are very odd too, like Wharanui, which I'm quite familiar with, very, very large block. Is someone seriously suggesting they're going to remove that and then bulldoze it and build an even bigger building? Like, it's functioning incredibly well. Emily House, look, I am very familiar with this particular building. I would make a point that when a building has a heritage listing on it, owners generally know that, and that's just something that they need to work with. It's a fantastic building, and, I tend to see that with heritage buildings, we're just temporary guardians of it. So I really do ask you to consider around the Gordon Wilson Flats. It can be saved. It would make fantastic student housing, and that's what we should be aiming for, rather than demolishing it and then going, oh, we don't have enough housing. Kia ora.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, look, I've done a bit of soul searching on this one, because I do think that if you're going to protect heritage, you actually have to be reasonably staunch and protect it. And all of these have been upheld as should be on the list by the Independent Hearings Panel. Nevertheless, there are a couple that I am actually going to support the amendment here. One of them is the gas tank. I went past that site, and honestly, there's a big gas tank right in the middle of what should be a productive site of flat land in Miramar, highly valuable land, big gas tank in the middle, and I can't really, in all conscience, see that couldn't be just have a photograph taken and a plaque there if it's that special. I have agonised, so I'll definitely be supporting that amendment. I have agonised a little bit more over the Gordon Wilson Flats. In fact, I've always supported it being a heritage listed building, but the cruel reality is it's not working, Councillor Pennant. You can say we're losing housing, but there's nothing in there at the moment. It's mouldering away. And I did talk, well, I can't bring that in because it's not relevant, but I have reluctantly come to conclude that I think I'm going to vote to let the Minister make this decision. In other words, I will support this amendment. That, again, is in a very crucial part of our city. It's on land owned by one of our partners, our university. It's stopping them from doing things that they'd like to do, whatever that might be. Well, they wanted to make a gateway entrance, heaven only knows, a better access to the university, more prominent, Look, I honestly don't know, but I think with this one I will support the amendment and let it go to the Minister for a final decision. I won't be supporting any of the others because I think, number one, I don't know enough about them, really, to be honest, and number two, I actually do think you buy a heritage building and you generally know it's a heritage building, and at some point you've got to be a bit staunch about that if it's worth protecting.
Councillor Young.
Okay, so, I'm very pro-heritage, but I'm also, I think, pragmatic. Gordon Wilson apartments, I'd love to help take a sledgehammer to them because they're not fit for purpose. It's not just they've been rotting away because could be described as benign neglect. The point is they're too expensive to remediate. So putting to one side the fact the university couldn't be bothered going down, I will be voting to accept that. That's one. Second one, the gas tank. Gas tanks can be made into, I'm perfectly happy for the gas tank to remain, but once you have a heritage listing on it, it's very hard to make it, convert it so it's useful. And gas tanks, you can do amazing things with them, but if you've got a heritage order, they have to go through consent processes, blah, blah, blah. So I will be voting yes for that. And the last one that I will support, the others I don't, will be Wharanui. I know Wharanui very well for one reason or another. My sister lives there, one of my many sisters, and I know that, for example, if they want to put double glazing in because it's heritage, that makes it incredibly difficult to do. It's a tricky building because of its rather unusual shape. It has quite a few seismic issues, and I think they've got enough to deal with in that place without slapping a heritage order on them. That's the end. 3 buildings.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brown.
I haven't got much to add to Councillor Young's eloquence. They were very good points. I just would like to also add on the famous gas tank that, of course, it has been a shop for the last decade or so. So it's not like it's been actually an active gas tank. There's a big hole in one side where you go out of the shop. So the quicker it's gone, the better. But I mean, just to actually refute a couple of points that Councillor Pennant raised, is that just because we remove the heritage protection or vote to remove the heritage protection because, of course, we're handing the gun to the Minister, doesn't mean that suddenly a bulldozer will appear and knock down Wharanui or or any of the other structures. All we're doing is we're actually just making it easier for the owners to be able to actually deal with their properties, whether it's double glazing or in the case of Gordon Wilson, probably demolition, but possibly not, because after all, by removing the heritage status, what we're doing is we're enabling the owner to have greater discretion about what they do with it. And I'm a big fan of greater discretion in the hands of owners, as long as it doesn't cause massive adverse consequences for the neighbourhood or the city. And I don't see the loss of heritage status of any of these properties causing a large decline in the quality of life in Wellington, and I think it's good that we're handing back the rights to the owners that have been deprived by the designation as heritage.
Any other? Yep. Councillor Winera.
So this whole day has actually felt quite surreal, but I truly did not think when I woke up this morning that I would hear somebody describing the pestiferous husk that is Gordon Wilson as a fun, sunny place to live. So don't worry about it. So heritage can be important. Real heads amongst you will recall my spirited defence of our beautiful town hall. Heritage can be important when it is strategic, and when it tells the story of a city in the right place at the right time. Heritage can also be a tremendous barrier. As we have seen, it is supported by a shadowy cabal within our community who will stoop to...
Point of order, and I actually, oh no, I don't mind. It's not against me, but against criticising the community. I think that is very inappropriate.
By a passionate group of activists within the community. I must not have got my email this morning from them, so I had to write my own speech. But what I will say is that heritage is not in itself a goal. Heritage when it is not wanted by the owners, heritage when it prevents housing from being built in critical areas, and heritage for the sake of preserving old, mouldy, decrepit buildings is not a strategic or realistic goal. So I'd like to support this amendment today, and I'd also like to issue a tono, a challenge to the Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor of Vic. Do not build a shiny new campus or a space elevator if we do succeed in delisting the Gordon Wilson Flats. Build accommodation to house your students. Yeah. Also, please give me an A in anthropology.
Oh my God.
Thank you for that spirited speech, Councillor. Do we have any other debate? We'll go to right of reply.
Cool. Yeah, look, just a few quick points. I mean, Councillor Pennant is right. They are sunny, they are soundproof, and they are severely earthquake-prone, the Gordon Wilson Flats. And that means it's not housing, it's empty space decaying in the heart of our city. Councillor Young has raised some fantastic points about actually heritage can defeat green and ecological outcomes. The fact that the construction and expense of double glazing your building is severely escalated from a heritage listing should not be discounted. I do want to bring up, yes, the university didn't appear, but I want to remind the councillors around the table that's on the IHP to an extent, that they've disproportionately, by their own admissions, weighted in-person evidence over those that showed up and gave written evidence. That's not their duty legally. They are meant to compel and weigh written evidence to the same volume as oral submissions. So I don't think organisations should be penalised for the, frankly, bizarre preferences of what the panel have put forward. And finally, I just want to thank Councillor Brown for recognising that actually sometimes by removing heritage you can save these buildings. You reduce complexity, you reduce cost, and you mean that you might be able to retain the shell of a building in a way that you otherwise wouldn't. This amendment has kind of taken me back to the town hall debate where I put through an amendment saying let's pursue a local bill option so council would have the future power to remove heritage buildings. That worked its way through the bowels of this bureaucracy, too hard, too long, too expensive, etc. And I've sat on that for a while. But the problem does remain, and that's why we have 10 owners here saying, please don't list our buildings, because it's a problem what we're imposing. It's not a solution. Do you know in this city we have heritage seawalls? Seawalls that if we were to restore, to maintain, to fight climate change, would have to have the brick and mortar matched. So What I do intend to do off the back of this meeting and having moved this amendment is actually to write to the Minister, asking him to pick up that work in the government reform piece, because the current heritage regime means once it's on, it's impossible to get it out. And we have this one-time process that we're able to activate through this district plan only to take out Gordon Wilson. But when it leads to awful city outcomes, there's nothing we can do. So I really ask that the table backs all of these amendments. We give the people what they want and support all 10 properties from there. Kia ora.
Kia ora. So we now move to a vote, I'm assuming separately. All good, yes. In that case, let's vote for J, Gordon Wilson Flats. And that has passed. K, gas tank. L, Emily House. And that has passed. M, Khan House. And that has passed. N, Olympus Apartments. That has passed. O, Wharenui Apartments. That has passed. Robert Stout Building. That has passed. Primitive Church. Yes. Councillor Calvert. That has passed. Masonic Hall. Is that it? And last one, Star of the Sea. Sorry, Councillor Abdurrahman, we're just waiting on your vote. And that has passed. There's one more amendment, so I'm just going to keep us going. Yep. Okay, over to you, Councillor Pennant.
I'm sorry, I was just going to talk twice today, but because of Councillor McNulty's one, then I've talked 3 times. I'm just going to talk to the substantive as well, if that's all right. Should I do my... Yeah, I'll do my speech and then people can ask any technical questions they need to. So, yes, Councillor Brown, you've insulted me so many times, I'm going to get back at you. Except he apologised. He said it was a stupid thing to say. So one of my colleagues asked me what a green plan would look like, who's not of my philosophical sway, because I don't believe
in some ways this has been a particularly green plan. After all, it's all about growth, and Greens generally don't like growth. And the reason, this doesn't mean that people should have their material needs not met. It means that you do have to be very, very careful with the resources that you use. And I was, clutching my pearls when people started talking about knocking down wooden buildings to instead use coal-powered steel and concrete, because this was more ecologically sensible, and then they wouldn't use a car. The logic was very difficult. So for me, if you're doing a good green plan, you look at your biophysical limits, you look at your natural resources, you look at what people can live on at an adequate level, but not too much. And that consultation and work with the community, it's not a top-down approach, is really, really critical. For me, this has been about free market economics gone slightly crazy. I don't see how that is going to protect the planet. It's essentially like giving cigarettes to a cancer patient when you say that the free market will protect the environment. The free market is the cause of much of the destruction of our planet. And this is part of the reason why I've ended up being on opposite sides of a number of votes. Buying car parks and bailing out multinationals is just not my thing. There are many, many erudite academics who have done very, very deep critiques of capitalism from a multitude of perspectives, feminists, ecologists, Indigenous peoples, and they're absolutely brilliant and spot on. And it's just a shame that this debate has not been able to bring these critiques in. And if you look at housing and replace it instead, the kind of logic that's been used, replace housing with employment or education, I'd find that most people would not come to this point of view. Should we, because we want more jobs, for example, get rid of regulation? Because that will, after all, make it easier for employers to pay people less and get more people on board. The market approach is completely the wrong perspective if you want to make sure that everyone's needs are met. The money talks in a market economy, and people get the best things. And I've had a lot of mansplaining, have to say, about the free market and how wonderful it is. But for a lot of us, it doesn't actually work particularly well. And I'm just really sad that we haven't been able to have a really detailed, respectful conversation. Sometimes it's just been shouting really loudly. You may have read yesterday that people, the best thing you can do for the climate is to give up your car. Which is great. Did that 25 years ago. I got a learner's license and then I had to cut it up. Because I had a front-facing role. I was saying to people, we have to be sustainable. So one of my problems with this whole debate has been people have been like, get rid of heritage, but they're not really getting rid of their cars, and they're not getting rid of the private land that they use to park their cars, or the public space as well. So I will lay that challenge down. I hope that people will go up their cars. You can do it in most parts of the city, and it'll be such a much more beautiful city. The last 2 points just that I do want to make is that environmentalism has always been about the quality of life. People should have a wonderful life with, again, basic amenities, but good sunlight, lots of green space, not buildings overshadowing your parks, because after all, you're taking people's gardens away from them. And an acknowledgement that any time you do development, it will cause harm to our environment. Now, I'm not obviously so pure that I'd say that you should never do any development, but you have to do it with care. And this, while there have been some controls put in this, and I've personally tried to do that, it's just not a green plan unless it respects biophysical limits and our natural resources. I do just want to say thank you to the commissioners. They have been attacked, which I think is really unfortunate. As I said before, people voted them in and now are raising issues, and I just think that's just a little bit unfortunate. I would like to thank the many people that put in submissions. I really appreciate that. Even if they didn't agree with me, I'm really glad that that there has been this passion. I do want to particularly thank Felicity Wong who's been absolutely tireless in her advocacy for heritage. And I also thank the young people who have said, no, you shouldn't live in a damp house, because I was of a generation that's what we sort of did. I would just like to make a point too that the people with the big money were not the Residents Association, it was Kāinga Ora, it was Property Council. These are the people with the money. And I also want to make the point that we keep saying how big a decision this is. It's not that big a deal. 83 variations were made on the last plan. This plan will need even bigger changes as climate change hits. We haven't even, for example, got an MRT line in. This is, there's just so much that need to be done. So I just want to finish off by just talking about some of the amendments I put up. So I'd like to thank Mayor Whānau for accommodating me on two things. So I'm frustrated. I was the councillor that put up that we should go further than hydraulic neutrality on stormwater. The Commissioner's kicked back on that, and so at least we're going to get the central city back into the zone, but it will be at a developed state, not a pre-developed state, which is really where I wanted it to be. But it is absolutely unacceptable to not have the central city zone in there. Climate change is coming, whether we like it or not, and it's just got to be, we've just got to have a discussion about who pays. The city will have to pay more than developers, and that's right, but this is a good amendment. I did also just, in a very practical way, just asked for a report to make some progress on MRT. This, as I said, should have been in here. I appreciate, because I understand a bit about the process, that we couldn't ask the officers to do a designation. That will require massive resources, but at least if we can get the report in, that will be really helpful. And just my final point is I am, because of where I sit philosophically and practically, I'm bringing this back. I do not believe that developers will build the people who need affordable housing. They're there to maximise profit, that's their job. And so I'm bringing this amendment back. It's just a report to again look at how we could have a contestable fund for new assisted housing. This would definitely be not for big developers, but for CHIPS, for iwi, for anyone wanting to do some really amazing, interesting stuff that will make it more affordable. It will look also at contributions from developers. Yes, it will make it more expensive, but there is a cost irrespective of people are not housed properly. And I also just want to make sure that people can access affordable housing along a future mass transit line. That got voted down last time, and that was a real concern because we were warned by the Australian experts that came in and said, look, you must protect it because otherwise the wealthiest will take the land. We must not let that happen. Key workers, low-income people must be allowed to live in these fantastic places, and that includes the inner city with all the character areas. Kia ora.
Do we have any technical questions on the amendment? All good. Councillor Calvert.
How relevant is this amendment to the paper in front of us in terms of we're talking about the district plan?
I can address that.
Well, I just want to know from the officer's perspective.
Okay.
I mean, is this going to change anything about the proposals around the district plan that we have in front of us?
This has no effect on the ISPP decisions that you are making today. This is an instruction to commission future work.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
I think you'd have to be pretty hard not to be moved by Councillor Pennett's play there. But my question is that what would be the cost of actually doing this? Oh, sorry, if we agreed to this, to find these contestable funds to finance some of these things.
I can only speak to the production costs of the report, but the initial report would have to come to you with estimates to set up these work programs. Some of these work programs are long and involved and could be potentially a lot of work for officers over an extended period.
Is that in reference to? We'll go to Councillor Free first and then back to you.
Yeah, I guess because of the financial implications, I wondered, is this something that would be better addressed through when we get a chance to look again at the final long-term plan? If it comes through as a submission point or...
So the amendment before you would not be able to be implemented in time to affect the LTP budgets. It would be something that was used to inform to the next long-term plan.
Councillor Pennant?
Sorry, I wasn't clear why it would require so much work, because the inclusionary zoning work was done, the affordable housing fund was done, so what extra work?
financial, you have in there, in your second dot point, a district plan change to introduce financial contributions from urban developments to support assisted housing. At the moment, you collect development contributions to help pay for the cost of infrastructure. In general, you can choose one mechanism or the other, a development contribution or a financial contribution. And so that would create quite a bit of work in figuring out how to switch between the two mechanisms and how they would work. Within each of those dot points, there is further work to make the excellent work that has been undertaken to date actually deliverable for the operational units of council.
Any more technical questions? Nope. Thank you, Sean. Councillor Young, would you like to speak now?
Yes, I'll speak now. This is hopefully the shortest speech of the day. So I am seconding this pro forma for my colleague, my Lambton colleague, Iana Pannett. Of course, she and I sometimes agree, and sometimes we are wildly different directions. That's one of those occasions. But I'm delighted to support her as a sign of solidarity for our ward.
Excellent. Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, so I would like to encourage you to vote against these. And I would file them under, I'm sorry, I'm about to womansplain, I would file them under things that sound good but really aren't, and also file them under work we've already done and rejected. So this goes back to the spatial plan, which Councillor Pannett put up an amendment to look at inclusionary zoning, which I supported at that point, and then some very good work was done. I want to acknowledge people here that did that work, and I feel very bad that at the end of the process, councillors bar two, so the rest of us, almost the entire council, voted to not continue the work. And inclusionary zoning is essentially that you force kind of new development to contribute to affordable housing. And I guess the primary reason councillors voted against in that last debate was because we're penalising the second most thing we want, which was new housing, in order to fund the top thing we want, which is new affordable housing. And so therefore, it's got a lot of potential and there are concerns that it discourages the thing that we want. And so councillors at that point decided to put amendments as alternatives, one of which we are already putting into action, which is to rate vacant land and use that tool instead to help encourage the housing outcomes that we want. The other point that we made as an alternative, which we are about to do, is investigate land value rating systems as another way to, and we still have to have that conversation as a council. So this was canvassed very thoroughly. A lot of work went into it. There's bits of these bullet points which may be fine, but the greatest barrier, there are a lot of barriers to us doing mass rapid transit at this point. So I don't think we should get ahead of ourselves in terms of, I support mass rapid transit through the south. I support light rail. However, that is a long-term project which is not looking feasible at the moment, and I don't think that amendment is necessary. And yeah, I encourage you all to vote for it, so vote against these amendments, so we do not repeat the work that we've already done and rejected, and then get back on the merry-go-round again and again and again.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Actually, I was not about to say much, and I'm really struggling to understand where Councillor Pannett is trying to go. Not long ago, she told us Wellington housing is not broken because she can hear her neighbor's bathroom playing in different language from underprivileged group. And now when an amendment came from Councillor Matthew about increasing housings, and she voted against it. And again, when it comes to heritage, even she considered to keep it the rusty tank in Miramar. So now how all this gonna work out, for me, it's just like another addition to make it difficult for developers. And I think increasing the supply and where demand is already there is a good way. And of course, we need to address affordability in the future. And I remember the mayor at some stage talking about rent to own in the future. I think something the council can do is we need to explore on those kind of ideas. At this stage, we are even struggling to keep the service that we have for the community. This is only, I'm not going to go to feminist-planning or mansplaining, but I think, so I'm just in the middle and trying to make my point.
Thank you. Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, I mean, inclusionary zoning is actually, if you're tragic like me, maybe I'm second most tragic after my colleague Councillor Matthews, one of those areas of quite big interest to me because it sounds awesome on the surface, but I just want to really break down what it is. It's a meritorious tax that says on every new development you must sell some for less. And it discourages development as Wellington competes with the rest of the region, given that we start from a pitiful rate of consenting behind the other cities. So if we implement this, it is actually a tax in Wellington City that developers in Porirua, Lower Hutt, Upper Hutt don't have to pay. But, you know, I like academic evidence. So just a few pieces of paper, a few papers that have looked at this issue internationally. So George Mason University found the main result of inclusionary zoning is that it increases house pricing. Glazer and Guilco found in the US context, it's only when inclusionary zoning avoids regulation does it actually reduce prices. So if you have a very heavily regulated market around how you build housing and you say, if you do it with inclusionary zoning, we'll take some of those regulations away, then you can actually deliver some reductions. Freeman and Schultz saw where inclusionary zoning has been most effective, only a small number of units have been delivered, but on average you've had higher house prices as a result. And really the only tangible outcome that's been supported in terms of academic analysis is that it reduces the footprints of units in terms of their size per Bento, Low, Nap and Chakraborty. So inclusionary zoning hasn't and doesn't work, and given the economic conditions...
Sorry, can I just ask, is this appropriate given has it been considered by commissioners?
This wasn't considered by commissioners, this amendment.
This sits outside.
It's outside the
Madam
scope.
Chair, but Sean can just confirm, but I suspect this sits outside Councillor Pennant.
An amendment outside the scope of the IHP.
This amendment is not subject to the rules of scope, as it refers to a process outside the ISPP process. Therefore, it conforms to the normal conventions of standing orders without the strictures imposed by the NPSUD and the RMA.
Thank you, Sean.
Cool.
So,
if you could try wrap it up.
Yeah, it'll be basically going to say, look, it doesn't work. Wish it would, and in current economic conditions in Wellington, this is just going to put us in an even worse position, as Councillor Abdurrahman has pointed out, in catching up on housing.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, look, for me, this comes into tinkering around the edges, and you can have you really can have unintended consequences. And much as, you know, I might not have agreed with every decision today, I think really where we need to start is where we've been, which is how do we actually do what council can do at a very fundamental level to make our city livable and affordable. So I can't support this because I think it's just frills around the top and may not work, and it's actually going to distract our officers and our officer time from the really important fundamental work that we need to get right. So that's back to basics for me, and I can't really consider this basics.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. I do have some sympathy for Councillor Pennant in bringing these amendments and trying to get things through. And I know somebody commented about we're on a merry-go-round and we've got to stop. And that's why I sort of feel we're ignoring the independent commissioner's views and that of many people that have submitted. And we still want to, as a council, want to reiterate that. So I don't blame you for bringing this when I think of all the other amendments that have been brought. But I can't support these because I think it's outside of the scope of the district plan at the time. And whilst these may still be valid for us to consider in the future, there'll be lots of other things as well. And so we can't just focus on a few things at the moment. If we want to do a future review and a future consideration of them, or let's just do that in consideration of other things that we need to do. And we know that all this thing costs time, money, resources, and we need to ensure that how does this fit in with our priorities going forward as a city. So I won't be supporting them, but I do have some sympathy for them.
I think we're ready for right of reply. Yes.
So look, I was a little bit careful about not challenging the IHP process, and essentially I brought this because they kicked the issue back to us. So that's why I brought it up. I felt that was appropriate. So, as you know, I'm very, very opposed to neoliberal economics, and that, of course, is relevant because prior to the reforms of the fourth Labour government, we didn't have a housing problem. And because the state stopped building, which was a disaster, and let the market rule, we are now in the position that we are in. And this amendment is an attempt to wind that back, me as one little person, to wind all of that back. And I just feel depressed when I hear people say, no, we cannot, taxes are good, they're good things. And actually maybe wealthy developers maybe could make a useful contribution to living in a great city where people can actually afford the housing. There is not good enough evidence that that just building more decreases the price, because there's so many other things that come into it. And I can certainly tell you that the people who own earthquake-prone buildings are not finding their high-density housing very affordable at the moment. We need to be innovative. We need to use every tool in the toolkit that we have. And these things do work. We've heard from Councillor McNulty some selective evidence that you can always find something to back you up. And
no side talking, please.
And Councillor Free, I do not consider this tinkering. This is quite significant. It is absolutely critical we get the mass rapid transit and the housing thing right, and the fact that it's been rejected already is of deep concern. And it will, if we get some money, we will be able to actually build some buildings, which would be absolutely fantastic. So I do feel dispirited, and I kind of like, why bother when people come and say we really need a house, and I'm like, I think that we should help you as a society, and you will not get in there without a subsidy, and then it's rejected. Anyway, I tried, and I'll keep trying. As Mr. Hodgett said, you never give up. I do not ever give up. I will come back, and because we have got to be in the game to get affordable housing. The developers will not deliver.
Thank you, Councillor. We will now take that to a vote. And that has failed.
Sorry, but yeah, no, I voted wrong, sorry.
Can I please
Oh
correct?
my God.
Me too, sorry.
Right, so Laurie, Holden, myself and Liz all plan to change it.
Do we have to? Okay.
Sorry, Victoria.
Vote correctly, please.
I just looked up and I saw a number 1 on my remote and I was like, 2.
Sliding finger.
That was quite... It's the same one. It has to be redone. Yeah, so voting for the same thing, sorry. Look, but we love your passion. Thank you, Councillor. We're taking a 5-minute break before the final part of the meeting. So this is the last break. Well, we don't... Oh, there's no more amendments, but it's hard to know. You've all said your piece. I like your style, Councillor Free. We are now moving back to the substantive, so that's the first couple of pages of the handout that you have. So I will take a speaking list, but what I will say is we are on the final stretch. We're almost there. I'm actually going to do a bit of a 3-minute call just to, quicken things up. But, if you've said your piece, you don't have to say it again, but all good. Okay, I am going to start with Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora. I just wanted to start by acknowledging the thousands of people that have engaged with this process over the years. Back when I was a teenager, I remember we did like a fun engagement thing where we gave ice blocks out to young people in favour of them drawing what their ideal city would look like back, discussing the City for Growth plan and the spatial plan before it came to fruition. Acknowledging a huge amount of my colleagues here today that have put in a relentless amount of work advocating for the future generations of our city. The last district plan was in 1990, and that's a few years before Councillor Weneta, Councillor Rogers and I were born. Yeah, for people in our generation, we're likely to be working years after many of you will retire, and the majority of us will be renters for our entire lives, with home ownership not a reality. We as the young generation, for us, everything is at stake. We will inherit the infrastructure that you leave behind, and we will be tasked with handing it down to the next generation. So what can we do? We need to pull every lever available and possible to make sure there's an abundance of housing for years to come and for our mokopuna to come. Sign me up to join Councillor Young in the sledgehammer mission for Gordon Wilson. Lastly, just to recap, today is pretty momentous. It's been designed. And the reason I kind of discuss this as a generational moment is because it only kind of comes around once in a generation. And it's really fantastic and a massive privilege to be sitting at this table to see these plans come to fruition. We're zoning for more density, we're achieving further objectives to reduce our admissions, we're increasing the supply of housing, and we're pursuing the encouragement of walkability. We, as a governing body, also have our own personal experience being tied to heritage buildings that are a monster to restore, cough, cough, the town hall. And lastly, just to throw it back and reflect to many of the people and the teams that don't get to kind of, participate in debate today, but that is the officers and the huge amount of late nights over the like a significant number of years from putting all of this together. Each and every one of you have sat through, hours upon hours of meetings, and you guys definitely deserve your flowers. Cheers.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, kia ora, and I do just want to take a moment to thank officers for your calm and steady pace through this. Adam, yesterday I might have called you the voice of the district plan. You have been my sounding, when you come on and I just hear your calmness, I go into a calm zone, trying to think about what it is we are trying to go here. So thank you for that. It's and also, just thank all of Wellingtonians for engaging in this process. It's been quite overwhelming for us as councillors, but also I know that you've all come at it, from your different perspectives and wanting to help. I think we all want the same thing for Wellington. I think that's something we can all agree on. It's just the how. What I did want to talk about today really was the Three Waters chapter, and just in brief, I will be supporting Councillor Pannett's Amendment 4A regarding hydraulic neutrality. I wasn't happy with where this chapter landed, especially in that we've come out with a different meaning hydraulic neutrality than what our counterparts at Wellington Water, Greater Wellington, agree that we on the agreed meaning, but also that many of our submitters, including our Tākaihere partners, voted for that chapter, submitted that chapter go through and supported it in its entirety. But I think what I've learned through the process of inquiry through this is that actually we need to do better. We need a holistic view of our water system, our catchments, and actually particularly how water responds when it starts to come in a great, like it has done in the Hawke's Bay, and as we've seen in the past a few years ago where we had over 1,000 slips in a week, and we really need to understand what the impact of that is on Takapū stream catchment, on Kumutoto, on Waimapihi. All of our catchments will be affected, and we are along the way. So thank you, Mayor Whānau has included an amendment that officers have handed over, number 14, and just to verify they needed to do this work anyway to go forward, but this is verifying that work will be done. And thank you, Geordie, for walking alongside me as I had a few anxious moments thinking about what might happen in our waters capacity. But yeah, I would love your support on that amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Panovich.
Thank you, Mayor Whānau. I will keep it brief. I was meant to have an eye test today, but I cancelled it because I thought we'd be talking too long, but obviously we seem to be in agreement a lot more than what I expected. So I do thank you all for the amendments that you've put forward. I think they're very robust and a lot of effort went into them, and I did support the majority of them. So that's a good thing. This district plan is quite significant for us because it will sit around for a long time when essentially we've all departed. And I've built 2 houses, and so I've worked with district plans, and it is very difficult. Just to say we're going to build stuff does not happen. It's a very intensive process. So for us to make it as smooth as possible for people to be able to build is quite a significant thing. And I think that's what most people around Wellington have been saying to us over a long period of time. Please make it easier for us to build things. Please make it easier for us to operate, to live in the city. So you'll know part of my mandate is around inner city regeneration. This is an avenue for that. I'll tell you now, this is an avenue for that. We can be able to build intensely within the city, but still be able to have a livable city where people can walk and get on with their lives. So thank you very much. And I look forward to the next part of this process, which will go through to whoever it is next, the Minister, and then back to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rogers.
Kia ora. I did initially want to thank officers, especially for all of their help throughout this process. I think it's incredibly important, the work that you've done to help not just us at the council table, but the wider community, how this incredibly complex document, but with such a massive impact, changes everyone's everyday life. And so I really have to say thank you for that. And in particular, my somewhat late questions about hydraulic neutrality, diving into what I thought I knew about to find that there's a whole bunch more that I don't know. And so, yeah, very much grateful to the officers there for helping with that, and also looking forward to the future beyond this district plan when we're doing something incredibly complex to sign themselves up for doing it all over again. So very grateful for that. And also in my sort of like closing remarks, I guess it's a lot of closing remarks, I wanted to say a massive thank you to, again, all of the councillors who served on the term before us, who went through the spatial plan. I sat through that whole meeting during a time of unemployment and watched as the councillors voted on the spatial plan, and I can really see the work that went into this and the fruit of that for our city going forward. So a massive thank you to all of you. And I also wanted to go all the way back to what Councillor Matthews said at the start, which is that she has an excitement for the city that we're building, and I too join her in that excitement. And I want to urge you all to support this district plan. We can all get in on that excitement together for a city where everyone can thrive and we have enough housing, and that puts people and the planet first.
Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora. Quite quickly, what a bloody good district plan we've landed on. I'm very stoked. I want to thank our officers, Sean and your team. You have just gone beyond the pale to make this a easy and logical process, so thank you. And I just want to specially recognise the mahi of Councillor Matthews. You know, today is why I'm here at this table, and I'm just, you know, this is delivering on a dream. Yesterday, I disputed the view that I felt that we don't think the public are up to it for digesting some of these really difficult decisions and issues that we face. I think the full media desk, Nick, Joel and Erin, thank you for coming to today, shows that that's simply not true. This has been such an engaging process across Wellington. Even those furiously composing pieces on the back about what terrible decisions we've made here at this table have a part to play in engaging our city and actually having a really lively discussion. One thing that's fantastic about Wellington is that we all give a S-word about what the city looks like and how it comes together and what its future is, and that passionate discussion is a positive thing in the end of the day. So with that, Minister Bishop, over to you.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you, councillors, for this interesting debate, and I've listened with with consideration about all the points put forward. I want to also thank the officers, the independent hearing panel, all the submitters, because they have done hours and hours of work. I know we've had a good week solid looking at this, but for them it's been weeks. And I also want to highlight what the planning manager, Mr. Hodgetts, said, that few votes have such a massive effect as what we've done today. This is it, in a way. This is where we're at the end of this very, very long process. And it's been a very hard process, especially for the public. I take the point that now at the end of the process the public is engaged, but I have to say that to get engaged into the hearing process is almost impossible. Unless you were involved with the draft plan, which is like 3 years ago, and following it and putting submissions and saying I wanted to be invited to this and such like, you missed out. And that's recognised today because we've even passed an amendment today around Kilburnie because so many people missed out, sliced off by the process. I also think that we have a plan that is going to have greater density. It is focusing and delivering greater density of the city. That does mean less light, more noise, more congestion. That's the sort of city we're aiming to do. I breathed a bit of a sigh of relief, though, amongst all the amendments, about all the amendments that could have happened and didn't. I agree with the independent hearing panel largely. And I'm very glad that some of the things that people who disagree with the panel didn't put forward haven't come about. I want to highlight too about infrastructure. We've got to do things in the right order. And I'm very concerned that large parts of this plan are getting ahead of our commitment for infrastructure. And I particularly want to highlight the point around the MRT report. I mean, we literally haven't had our briefing on the close down of Let's Get Wellington Moving, and we're already proposing to move to protect the corridor for a future MRT route. Let's face it, I don't think that's that important. I want to see a bus plan to get the basics right, so we can have bus lanes that join up, so we can have enough buses. This is basic stuff, and we don't have that. So really talk about run before you can walk. I think we're trying to do that, and it's wrong.
3 minutes, councillor.
Lastly, this has all been all about density, and this council has had a left-leaning, a red-green agenda towards having a dense city, a compact city. And we've seen today a number of dense amendments. I have to highlight that this has been the direction of the city for the last 15 years. And during that time, Wellington has gone from being an expensive city to being one of the most unaffordable cities in the world. And if the intention of planners is to make an affordable city, our planners have failed and we have failed. And I really am still waiting for the penny to drop that density is not working in Wellington. And I look forward to the time when this new government has added the other factor which we keep missing back onto the agenda, and that's greenfields. That's part of the deal of the new government is density plus greenfields. And until, I believe, we get greenfields into the mix, we will never have affordable housing in Wellington. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And I might just take an extra minute or so because I missed speaking this morning because I wasn't able to be here. I think we've got to come back to the basics. The panel that we recruited and appointed identified proposals that enable sufficient zoning and land supply for the 30 years of future builds to accommodate Wellington's housing needs. That's what the plan was required to do. That's what we asked them to do, and it does that with plenty to spare. Alongside that, and through this whole process, there was a bipartisan agreement at central government to bring in medium density residential standards, allowing 3 houses of 3 stories everywhere in the city. This council adopted it. Auckland and Christchurch didn't, but we did. So automatically, we've densified our city. And that created a lot more opportunities for homes. And I also believe that's an opportunity that enables us to be able to build despite our creaking infrastructure that we have, and for some time yet. Plan changes to this district plan can and will obviously happen as the city changes further, especially as we are here and now won't even know what some of those changes will be. So we can have plan changes, and I think Councillor Pannett, in her experience, has said there's been about 30, maybe 83. So we know this does not have to be perfection, because there are going to be opportunities in the future, and we won't be able to see into the future necessarily. The panel has taken many hours in hearing people's views. It's been conducted in a semi-quasi legal process in a fair and reasonable manner, and I think we need to be cognizant of that. It's not necessarily the way that we operate, because we operate under different rules. So far, what I've heard is a majority of the elected members around this table deciding not to accept the panel's recommendations and not giving sufficient weight to the evidence produced, and in particular around the Johnsonville Railway Line. I think this attitude actually goes about trying to discredit the panel and undermines our democratic process. I've heard a lot of rhetoric that I don't believe matches reality. I've heard nothing to fear. I heard the same comment about when there was talk about selling community assets. The council never closes anything. Well, what have we got? We've got 2 proposals on the table to sell community assets. I've heard the use of the word aspirational, yet aspirational doesn't pay the bills, especially when our finances are so fragile. It doesn't actually help produce real stuff. You've only got to look at Let's Get Wellington Moving, which only built a crossing after 7 years. And we're not putting enough money into our water infrastructure still. And that's generational, because around this table there's several generations, but we're all part of making those decisions that have gone on recently. Passing these decisions to the Minister of Housing means we'll be losing control of a local decision for our city, and it will highlight this council's lack of credibility. However, probably given some of our decision-making of recent times, it might not be a bad thing. I think central politics need to take a back seat in this debate. We need plans and strategies that deliver a livable, diverse and affordable city that provides choice for people. The reality is that this panel's recommendations embodies that approach far more than the upzoning zealots with no real experience of building strong communities. I don't agree with every recommendation of the hearing panel, but I believe it's been prepared in a cohesive way. So with the exception of the odd tweak in terms of taking a couple of buildings off the heritage list, I'm supporting those recommendations. I want to be able to give our residents and developers some surety and having a settled framework. I think what's happened to date with these recommendations and the amendments they've gone through, we're not giving people that assurance. And I just want to finally close and say, Johnsonville Town Centre had a plan in 2008. Where's that gone? I know that only since 2020 has there been thought in terms of the water infrastructure needed to enable that to happen, and then the 2013 density plan for the area. We had a central city framework in 2011. We keep talking about Adelaide Road. There was a framework in 2008. It's on our website. We put these plans in place, but we don't deliver. And we keep coming up with great ideas, but we don't deliver. So we need to think about how we can deliver, and if we go against an independent panel and the views of our community, then I don't think I'm not sure where this council will end up, but anyway, I won't be supporting most of those amendments that form part of the substantive, so I'd like them to be all taken separately. Thank you.
Councillor Winera.
I really want to get out of here because I have a plane to catch, but I cannot let that stand. I'm sorry. It is a fantastic day for housing in Wellington. It is a fantastic day for housing in Wellington. We, in passing these amendments that I'm sure are about to sail through with very little opposition, have ensured a generation of working people, of students, of families, of retirees, anyone who is in desperate need of housing in the city will be able to achieve that for the next decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, as long as this plan is alive and vital. I'd like to enter into a brief amount of rebuttal based on some of the arguments we've heard here today. First of all, we have not rejected the IHP's recommendations. There are 4,200 plus pages of recommendations through which I trawled a considerable amount of, and I counted today 5 amendments. We have accepted very many conclusions to which the IHP came based on feedback from the community, and in the cases where we have intervened via amendment, we have based said amendments on appropriate evidence given by experts and laymen and women in these hearing sessions. Secondly, this idea that keeps being raised from a member across the table around councillors seemingly needing to be experts in urban planning, despite the fact that we have actually had quite a few experts in urban planning, masters experts and RMA qualified people around this table over the course of various terms of this council. Our job is to be representatives and decision makers for our peers, for our communities. We have our experts, they're sitting right over there. And if perhaps we had engaged with them a little bit more, some of us around the table might understand the conclusions to which we have come today a little better. The problem of the IHP's recommendations is that the only consistent thing about them was the inconsistent treatment of expert evidence. Much expert evidence was provided from people who have significant experience in the areas, which was passed on to our planners, which was passed on to us. It is now incumbent upon us to make decisions of that expert evidence. There is no requirement of us to each hold a PhD in planning. Finally, the idea that this is anti-democratic is frankly nonsense. In accepting implicitly the vast amount of IHP recommendations which we are about to adopt today, we are upholding the democratic nature of the hearings process. In exempting Kilbirnie and wanting to proactively take a consultative approach, we are once again upholding a democratic process. In passing this down the road to a minister who was elected on his own democratic mandate, we are once again undergoing a democratic process. So I would like everyone to really take the opportunity to disregard any notion that this has been an anti-democratic process and celebrate the fantastic wins for housing that we have achieved in the city today. And hopefully, when old mate comes down from Auckland and he goes through that same flat search as I did, when he wears that nice suit, he doesn't get 30 rejection letters. He gets into a nice place straight away. Kia ora.
Pauiwi Hohaya. No, you good? Anyone else? Councillor Free.
Yeah, I just want to say, because I always forget to thank the officers, I really want to thank the officers who helped me with the Kilburnie amendment. Sean, Andrew, Michael, and of course Liam, standing behind it all, and also the legal team. It was nice to feel your support, and the fact that you all voted unanimously for it did restore my faith and confidence that in the process. I do stand behind the fact that whether I agree or not with every single bit that we've done today, I do think that it has been a genuinely fair and democratic process. And the numbers obviously were stacked in some ways against things I personally would have voted for, but that's democracy. I think on the whole, it's a reasonably robust plan. I mean, I look forward to seeing what the Minister makes of it. We do have to move forward, and I think what we're seeing is a tension, genuine tension between people who want to move forward quickly and those of us who hold perhaps more concern about where that might lead us. And I think that tension is actually healthy. And, you know, the mixed votes represent probably genuine views across the city. And it's important that, I think, that those concerns get expressed and that tension is felt, because there are a lot of things we're trying to achieve with this plan. I mean, for me, right from the start, I've said a really important thing about Wellington to me is it's physically a very beautiful city. I would stand by that. I think it is a stunning city. And some of the ways in which it's stunning have to do with the contrast between the high-rise and the small low-rise. I'm fairly confident it's going to continue to be a stunning city. I don't think anything that we've done today means that it won't be beautiful in the future. And that might seem like a strange value to some people, but for me, living in a city that is visually beautiful is important. And I thank you for the support for the view shaft and to the person who realised it's important to protect that. You know, these things matter to me, and I suspect to other people as well. Nevertheless, we want to move forward. We do have to find ways to bring population growth to our city, because cities, if they don't grow, they die. And if they don't change, they wither. So as uncomfortable as it can be to drive forward into the future, as leaders of the city, it's something we need to be doing. I do thank all the people who brought amendments. Councillor Pennant, I will be very pleased to support your amendments that are here in this section of our work. I'm looking forward to supporting the hydraulic neutrality and also the protection of the mass rapid transit route. I think that it's important to think forwards and safeguard some of those things. I thank the fathers of our city who safeguarded the town belt. You know, and we do need to think about these big picture things and make sure they're safeguarded. Thank you to the Mayor. You know, I think you've chaired this meeting very well, and I really thank you for your calm leadership and tolerance and humour. So thank you, everybody.
I think Councillor Free has summed that up perfectly. So I've got nothing to add. I think we'll just go to a vote. We're going to take everything separately, but we're in good time, so it's okay. I think there's like 20 odd. Right, if we can group some, that'd be great. We'll see how we go as we make our way through. Okay. I think, are people comfortable with grouping 1 to 3? And that has passed. Are we comfortable with grouping 4A to D? Yes. All good, all good. Okay. Oh, look, just to make it really easy and less confusing, let's do 4, then A, then B, just so you can read them on screen. So vote for 4. And that has passed. 4A. 4A. Yes. It's passed. 4B. Adelaide Road. Yep. It's passed. 4C. Full D. It is passed. E. Just scrolling back to the F. Passed. G. It's passed. H. I. Cool. Pass. Oh, this is painful. J. It's passed. K. It's passed. L. It's passed. M. Oh, God. Councillor Abdullah? Oh, yeah. Passed. N. Passed. O. It's passed. P. And that is passed. Oh, yeah. Any of these. Q. Yes. It's Q. The church. Yes. And can we do the last two together? Star of the Sea and Masonic Hall. S. Yep. Okay. R. R. Masonic Hall. Nah. And Star of the Sea. Pass. T. Bernie plan. This is serious. No. Hooray. 5. Number 5. Can we? Yes. Yeah? Okay, can we do 6 to 9? 6 to 9. Oh, sorry, Sarah, just for the last one. Number 5. And now 6 to 9. Let's pass. 10. It is. This is 10. It's past 11. It's past 12. It's past 13. And this is the last. It's past. And last but not least, 14. They got changed around during this process. Yep.
Music venues.
And that has passed. And we're done. We do have one more thing to do, sorry, but let's make it quick. We now go... yeah. 2.3, Actions Tracking and Forward Program. Liam.
Take it as read.
Questions? I'll move it. Deputy Mayor will second. Debate. Nope, vote. And that is passed. Please join me in a closing karakia. Unuhia, 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 ki te uru nui, kia wātia, kia māma, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, I te ara takatū, ko ia rā e rongo, whakairia ake ki runga, kia wātia, ai rā, wātia. Woo!